Hi everyone. I'm just gonna have to do a few little rejiggy things. Yeah, is it is it one of my live streams without technical issues? My Streamlabs was like, "Oh, you can't use me until you update me." So I've had to wait for it to finish updating. And so the stream got pushed back a little bit because it was not happening fast enough. I have an armful of books because I used my time to go and root through my book stash so that I could find some books to answer some questions. And of course, I am late to my own stream. What's new, right? What's new? So I just want to check in. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody see me fine? Because guarantee I will have several more technical issues through the duration of this stream. I'm just gonna stick these here, and I've already knocked a shit ton of books off my bookcase. So if it looks kind of messy, it's because approximately 8 minutes ago, 50% of them were on the floor. I just rammed them all back on my bookcase again. Yeah, I know, right? I think the exact same. It can't be true that another month has passed since the last Q&A, and it's actually been more than a month because this being the third Wednesday in the month, it's later this month than it usually is. Right, so I'm gonna have to shuffle myself closer. Let's get this sorted. Oh my goodness, I feel so out of whack with it today. Okay, hello everyone. It did feel like a blur, didn't it? I have a new fur baby. So my fur baby is currently keeping me awake all night. No, she's gotten a lot better. So did I say July? Wait, did I say a month? It's the August live stream. Hello, hi. Yeah, I feel a little bit out of touch. So yeah, I have a new fur baby. She's not here right now. She's with my parents. Because she will cry if she is left alone. So for now, we're just gonna have to wait and see how she is. I've yet to film with her here just because she's very vocal. But she is the cutest thing imaginable. She is so tiny still. She's still learning. She's a little dog. She's a little miniature dachshund. My favourite kind of dog is a long-haired miniature dachshund. And I have been waiting years and years and years and years to get one, to be in the position to get one. And now I have a little fur baby, and she is the cutest thing ever. So I will have to see if I can put a few pictures and stuff on Instagram for anyone who follows me on Instagram. At the minute though, I am in the trenches of the piranha stage. She wants to bite everything. Fingers, toes, noses, hair, anything that even remotely moves is fair game. So she is currently tormenting my parents. Just for this evening till I get off the stream, and then she's back home again, just so that we don't have me taking her out to pee every hour. You'll just hear me standing outside being like, go pee-pee, go pee-pee, I know you need to pee-pee, go pee-pee. So, we are back for the August live stream. This has gone so fast. July went like that. It is gone. August is nearly gone. I'm honestly completely baffled. And if you're new here, hi, hello. I know that the majority of you are kind of returning people to the live streams, but I hope that everybody brought a drink, a snack, because these go on for quite a while. So if you have any questions about witchcraft, any questions about paganism, just any chit-chatty questions, those are all absolutely fine with me too, so we can have a bit of a chit chat and sort of have a conversation, because I do find that YouTube tends to be a little bit like I'm talking at you, and sometimes I like the idea of being able to talk to people and get a response back again. So yeah, it's gone so fast, hasn't it? It's got absolutely flown by, so bonkers. So as always, there is a Q&A tab I believe it's just above the chat, or it could be just below. I'm not super certain, where you can put your questions for the live stream. And I try to answer as many as I can, but I am only human. I am just one person. So while I try to get through as many as possible, it takes me quite a while. And I try to work chronological so that everybody has a chance, but sometimes things do get missed. I'm really sorry if that's the case. And we just have to hope that this time I forgot what I was going to say. I feel like I have mum brain, but it is a fur baby and not an actual child. It's above the chat. Okay, so above the chat, there should be a Q&A tab where you can click on it and submit your questions. There's a little chat guide on the screen. Basically, just try not to repeat questions because it has a tendency to mess up the stream a little bit. And yeah, let's get into this. Let's see where everybody is from. I'll take that off the screen like that. You know what I forgot to do this month? For like the 5th month in a row? I forgot to post that I was doing this on Instagram. I swear, I am probably one of the worst social media people ever when it comes to, you know, being functional on social media. I'm so bad at it. Like, there are so many people who are incredibly talented with social media. I just realized I didn't move my Blackadder box set, so it's just sitting there. Okay. I'm so dysfunctional. I'm so bad at being good at YouTube that, yeah, it's one of them. It's one of them. Right. Okay. Let's see where everybody is from. So we have Queensland, Australia. We have Slovakia, Colorado, Suffolk, Arizona, France, Ohio, Queensland. Oh, I think I already said that one. Florida. Let's have a look. North Carolina, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Turkey, New York, South Carolina, Wales. Yeah, Wales. Philadelphia, Ontario, Germany, Norway, UK, Isle of Man, Buenos Aires. Let's have a look. California, Germany, Norway. More from Germany. So many people from Germany today. Yorkshire, Indiana, Vegas, Maryland, Connecticut, Nottingham, Atlanta, Texas. Oh my God, so many people. So many people from so many places. I already think it is so, I think it's so cool. So many people come from so many different places. Manchester, Minnesota, Louisville, New Hampshire, Maine, Portugal, Ukraine, Milton Keynes, Germany, Bangalore. So many people from so many places. I think it's so cool. So I have to, if you see me checking my phone repeatedly, have I got it set for the wrong month? No way. Wait, hang on. Have I, wait, how many times can I say that? I didn't think I put the date of the month on the stream. Did I? This is what I'm talking about. I'm so jumbled. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with that after the stream, and you guys are just gonna have to pretend afterwards that I didn't make a mess up, okay? Is that a good deal? Oh, how did I even do that? I'm gonna blame puppy brain, okay? I literally got like 2 hours of sleep last night, so that's my excuse, and we're all in on it. We're all just gonna have to pretend it doesn't actually say July. We're just gonna have to, no, it definitely says August. What are you talking about? And I'll just change it afterwards. The thing is as well though, it's not even just me that like ran past the thumbnail. Like, other people have seen the thumbnail and they've gone, oh, it's a nice thumbnail, and not noticed that it says July. Okay. Right. Let's have a look-see. I'm gonna get onto the questions now for anybody who like doesn't want like the chit-chat. But yeah, just excuse the fact that my live streams contain a lot of chit-chat, a lot of just random topics. And yeah, that's just my vibe. Yeah, so I actually, she's called Cleo, short for Cleopatra. I didn't intend for it to like fit into the whole like past life regression, everybody thinks they're Cleopatra in a past life thing, but it kind of worked out that way. She's called Cleo, and she's my little baby. She's my little baby, and I'm totally and utterly insufferable. I'm not even joking. Totally insufferable. So let's get on to the questions before I get even worse. Let's have a look-see. So what is this one? I can't actually see this top one. It like won't let me see what it is. So let's see what it is together. I'm fascinated by your altar cabinet. How old is it and where did you get it from? It's a beautiful piece of furniture. So this is anybody who has seen it on my like altar setups. It is a solid oak carved apothecary cabinet. And I actually got it from a gentleman who sells on Facebook Marketplace. I just looked through like cabinets in the entirety of the UK, and I just saw this amazing cabinet. I think, let me see if I can find the gentleman who did it. Thrones and Benches. Yeah, it's from, they're called Thrones and Benches on Facebook, and I found them through Facebook Marketplace, and they just do like the most incredible furniture, and they do like shows and events where you can go and look at their furniture, and I just absolutely loved it. Like, they've done the most incredible, like, their, like, cover image is, like, an entire wall that they done in, like, a coven room, where it's, like, an entire wall of, like, occult cabinets. So cool. So, that's where I got that from a couple of years ago now, so I'm not sure if they're still shipping things out. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. I really need to go back, though, because I desperately want to change this bookcase back here and make it like super witchy and have it be like all like solid wood with like carvings on it. That's what I would love to do, but we'll have to see, because like I don't like getting rid of things unless I really, really have to get rid of them. And technically there is nothing wrong with this bookcase. And therefore I don't think I can get rid of it yet. I have to wait till there's something wrong with it, like till it falls over or till I break it or something. Right, let's have a look-see. Where am I? Have you read the book Night Terrors by Alice Vernon? It's a book on sleep disorders, but goes into both the scientific and paranormal explanations behind them. I haven't, but that actually sounds really, really cool. Mostly because I get a lot of emails and DMs from people who are talking about like the demons and the things that they feel are possessing them or haunting them at night. And the one question that I will typically always ask when I get things like this is, how do you sleep? Because if they then tell me that they sleep on their back, then more often than not what you're dealing with is perhaps more likely to be sleep paralysis than is anything else. So I like the idea of something that goes into both, so I'll have to add that to like my to be read pile, which is obscenely long at this point. I'll add it though, and I'll get there eventually. In about 10 years. Okay, so this is the one that I was trying to find a book for. So, hello Hearth, are there any books you recommend to learn about servitors? I'm struggling to figure out what they are and how to create one. So, if anybody has any questions about servitors, by the way, feel free to add them in. I did put a little message in the chat earlier today asking if there were any topics that you would like to talk about. And because I was doing an update, I kind of lost track of that, because I was panicking about the update. So if there are any topics you would like to cover where we can have like specific conversations on things, let me know. But if you have any servitor questions, stick them in the Q&A. But the book that I really like is this one. So this is Creating Magical Entities. This is by David Michael Cunningham, Taylor Elwood, and Amanda Wagner. And I really enjoyed this one. I believe it's this one anyway. I went through a phase during lockdown where I basically read every book I could find on servitors, and this is the one that I gave the highest review. Now, I think what's really important to bear in mind when it comes to servitors is that every practitioner is going to have a different way of doing it. Like, I don't think there's any like one perfect way of doing it. And because servitors are under the category of, well, they can often fall under the category of chaos magic, you will find many, 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 many different ways of doing it, and everybody's going to be unique. But for anyone who doesn't know, by the way, a servitor is a man-made spirit. So it's a spirit that you can work with in your spells and rituals that allows you to carry out that spiritual work without having an external entity. So they are an extension of yourself that has been tasked for a specific goal. They've been created for something, and then they work for that particular goal, and then they're gone. Rather than having to say, find a particular spirit that wants to work with you, build a relationship with them, enter into a contract with them. You know, you're taking out of the equation that external entity. Instead, you are creating a servitor that is built for your requirements. So this book is called Creating Magical Entities. I really enjoyed this one. It is a comprehensive reference manual and presents step-by-step instructions for creating entities through astral manipulation that will change your life. This manual, written by 3 practicing occultists, reveals magical and alchemical methods, many of which have been lost and suppressed through the ages, in a refreshing, modern way that magical practitioners of any tradition will understand. And so it goes over choosing a name, planning, attuning your energy, precautions that you might want to be taking, the different ways that you can use servitors and entities. It has entity adaptations. It even has like sections, like this is like a worksheet so that you can write down and document your servitors that you've created. This was my favorite of all of the ones that I read during lockdown. I will have to keep looking for some more since, because obviously more will probably have been published. And this is where I've kind of built my own servitor creation up out of. Like I took the little meager thing that I had and I started using some of the techniques in here. Now I do have my own techniques now that I've kind of adapted things and spent time adding it into my own practice, but I do think this one is a good place to start. And for anyone who is wondering, the text is that kind of size, so it's not super small, it's just, I'd call it just average text, and it's not a massive book either. It's 143-ish pages long, and some of that is like indexes and big bibliographies and appendices and things like that. So really, really good book. That's one that I dug out specifically because I knew that I wanted to talk about it. So let's have a look-see at where I am. What do you think of Labubu? I'm assuming that this means like those little doll things, right? I think I've been following vaguely this story, right? And I don't want to offend anybody in what I am going to say here, but I've seen like so many extremes when it comes to the Labubu thing, right? I think that so much of it is mass consumerism. People are spending hundreds upon hundreds of pounds to get these like little, don't get me wrong, they're cute, I can appreciate them, right? But like people are spending hundreds and hundreds of pounds, and there's lots of upselling happening that are making it like ridiculously out of budget for so many people. And then they're blind bags, which kind of means that you're consistently screwed. And then you have a set community that now believes they're like possessed by demons and that they're like this weird satanic thing, and it's just gone like way out of anything I was expecting it to be. Like it's gone absolutely bonkers. Maybe I should do like a video on how the satanic panic has kind of continued to perpetuate through these random things, because it's crazy. People now think that they are like infiltrating the minds of children with demonic entities, and it's like, what? They are just stupid little figures that people like to collect. Like, that's all they are. Like, there's nothing more going on here. But yeah, I think it's just bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. That's actually a really good point. They're kind of this generation's Furby, because I remember the whole like Furbies are demonic. I'll be honest, I had a Furby that talked randomly, right? Nobody was around. It would just like in the middle of the night just start talking, and then one day the batteries in it just exploded and they dissolved the surface of the table that they were sitting on, and then it mysteriously disappeared. Now, to be fair, the mysterious disappearance I don't think was anything supernatural. I suspect my dad just wanted to get rid of it because it had liquefied the surface of his table. But yeah, I kind of get the feeling as though they are like the Gen Z Furby, or even the Gen Alpha Furby, to be honest. It depends on how old people are that are collecting it, but from what I can tell, it's mostly like millennials and Gen Z that are collecting them. Anyway, I'll get on to the next question before I dive into this randomly. Oh my goodness. Oh, you've been here for so long, Vicky. I've been with you since your earliest orange hair days. What would you tell that to you if you could speak to her? Okay, so damn, if anybody wasn't here, it was a vibe. Okay, I went through like lots of hair color changes, which I really loved. The orange was not it. So you all know that I'm typically very honest about like emotions and mental health and stuff like that. I would say to her, for the love of everything that is good on this earth, go to a therapist again. Because I was using so many other things to cope with it. And I put it off for years and years and years, and I should have just gone, because it's one of them where like as soon as you go, you feel better, and it would have made my life so much easier. Like that is one thing that I would definitely say to my past self is go to therapy. Like it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Just go to therapy. I apologize if you can hear somebody on a motorbike like revving. I love people around here. They're just great. What else would I say? I would say calm down, because I was posting 2 videos a week every week for like 3 years. Calm down, just bring it in, reel it in a little bit, because I burned myself out so bad. And I think it's one of those where if it's meant to work out, it's going to work out. And I was so worried that if I didn't post twice a week, every week, religiously on the day, it was literally Wednesdays and Sundays at 6 p.m, I think was my schedule every single week. And I burned myself out hard because I was so scared of like going off my schedule and losing all the momentum that I built up with my channel, that I totally frazzled myself. So I would love to go back and just be like, it's okay. Like, it's going to be okay. And honestly, I think that's something that most of us can say to our past selves. Because there are things where we're like, I'm terrible for it. Phil can attest to this. I'm like, oh my God, my world is ending. Oh my God, my world is ending. This one bad thing happened and now my world is ending. And then in like 2 days' time, it's fine. I just need to perpetually go back to my past self and just be like, chill, calm down. It's fine. And I think a lot of people can attest to that, because there's this like panic in the moment that like everything is screwed and it's all you can see. But yeah, the orange hair was a vibe, man, a vibe. I mean, at the minute I'm toying between dyeing all of my hair black. You can't really see it in this light, but this side of my head is black and this side is my natural color. I'm so tempted to dye the entirety of my hair black, just because why not? I feel like I should post this on Instagram. I feel like that is something that I should be doing as part of my job. I should be trying to post this on Instagram. So whilst I'm doing this, I'm going to be answering some more of these. Let's have a look, see. Oh, this is an interesting one. Okay. So, I like the split dye. I like the split dye too. It's just a pain in the arse to maintain, because like this is like you can see all of my greys on this side and you can't on this side. So I look in the mirror and I'm like, there's a grey here, I need to get rid of that. There's a grey here and I need to get rid of that. Whereas on this side you can't see them. So I'm so tempted just to dye it all black, and then I don't have to worry about it so much. I actually don't even know how to get my live stream up on my phone. I'm bad at technology, right? I'm terrible at it. So, oh yes, if you were to design your own tarot deck, what kind of imagery would it have? Ooh, okay. I like so many. That's the thing. My own kind of art style, I mean, many of you who saw the merch a couple of years ago will kind of know my art style. It's very like line work heavy. I really enjoy like tattoo style artwork, especially like traditional tattoo style. So that is kind of what I like the idea of doing it as, like a heavy kind of black work tattoo style. But I equally absolutely love colourful tarot decks, and I use a lot of colour in my readings. So I feel like I would probably end up going towards watercolour. I think, just because I feel like colour has such a significance in my tarot readings, that if I were to take out the colour, I don't think my readings would be the same. I don't think they'd be as good. And I never pick black and white decks for myself. Oh no, actually I lie. I have one deck that is predominantly black and white, which is that Tarot of the Enchantress deck. It's black-white with like hints of gold. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous deck. Do I choose to use it over my colourful decks? No, I tend to stick to my Rider-Waite and my Wheel of the Year. And so watercolour, I'd have to do it watercolour. And maybe I should actually try, because like I started doing a tarot deck during lockdown in the very like tattoo style that I really like. And I just kind of dropped off on it. So maybe I need to keep doing that. Maybe that's something I need to do. But yeah. Oh yeah, I want to emphasize as well, when I say like I'm looking in the mirror and I'm like looking at my grey hairs and being like, nah, I need to get rid of it. It's not because I don't like grey hair, right? It's because it's not even. Because the black on this side is covering it and the brown on this side is just my colour, so it isn't. And so it's way more noticeable when you have it on only one side of your head and not the other. I just want to make that point because I don't want anybody to think that like I don't think grey hair is beautiful, because it totally is. It's just the fact that it's wonky. That's my problem. Okay, where was I? I am here. Oh, okay. You were right, Laura. I totally missed this. Do you work with servitors, or have you, and can you explain a bit about them? So I already mentioned earlier about the way servitors used, and like what they are fundamentally is like this man-made spirit. But essentially what you are doing is you are drawing up your energy and then you are creating a form with it. So that form could look like many different things. If it is for protection, it might be a big lion. It could be a big ogre type creature that is designed to protect your space. If it is a servitor that is designed to gain information and be unseen, then you might want to make it into a small cat, or you might want it to be a formless servitor that is just an entity without shape or form that can travel through keyholes and in the cracks in doors and things like that. So you are essentially drawing up your energy and you are pushing it out and directing it into the form that you are wanting your servitor to take. That servitor is then given a purpose. So this purpose could be, I would like you to gain information on this particular topic. It could be, I want you to protect this space. It could be, I want you to become my personal familiar, because servitors can act as familiars. And once that is done, then it is about adding a time frame onto it. So do you want it to be there forever? Like if you want a lifelong familiar, you're probably going to want it there for a long time. If you want something that's going to do a job for just a short amount of time, so I would like you to gain information on this topic till this date, you would want to put that into the creation of it. And then you're also going to want some kind of way of feeding that entity. So this would be some way of it gaining energy. That could be energy that you have given to it personally. That could be if you have a familiar or a house protector type servitor, that they gather unwanted energy that is floating around that space. So whether that is excess energy from energy raising, whether that is unwanted emotional energy like from arguments and disagreements, if you want to limit that, you can have your servitor feed on that energy as well as repress it at the same time. And then you're going to want some kind of way of controlling or limiting your servitor. And I'm doing this because I don't want you to think that this is like a super manipulative, like almost slave type relationship. That's not really what it is. It's more that you are setting boundaries so that you can make sure that they are safe, that you are safe, that the situation works. So you might have a spirit vessel for them. So this is a location where they reside in when they are not actively doing things. So instead of thinking of it like you are a master of this spirit that you've created, instead it's perhaps better to say that you are the caretaker of them. So their spirit vessel, their spirit house is where they sleep and where they reside when they are not doing their job. And then that is also where you might want to be offering them food, and you might also want to be giving them a name, and this is a way of calling them to you and asking them to work with you. You would use their name, and their name can be created in many, many different ways, but it's often simplified into a sigil, which is then kept as a way of drawing in and summoning your servitor. So it's a really, really interesting topic. I am working on an entire section for it in an up and coming piece of media that I really have to pull my finger out and start doing. So yeah, really super interesting topic, quite complicated because so many different people from different paths have totally different ways of doing it. They go by different names as well. So servitors, thought forms are all different names for them. There are more like egregores and things like that. But everybody's going to have a slightly different way of doing it, which is why I find it such an interesting topic, because you could talk to 12 people and have 13, 14 even different ways of making a servitor. Oh, thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. Thank you so much. I'm currently working on making ones via Woodland of Working. Oh, I've always wanted to like make my own like proper wand is like the wrong word, because like my wands are proper wands, but I love the idea of like actually doing one on is it a lathe? You know, the one where the wood is spinning and you carve it? That would be really, really cool. Okay. Having a drink while I'm here because I keep forgetting to do that, so I brought one with a straw. Okay, this is an interesting question. I'll put that down here so I don't have to keep dragging it across the desk. What advice would you give for dealing with and connecting to spirits of deceased relatives who have strengths and knowledge on which you would like to call, but they were controlling and a bit crazy? Protections, I think, is really, really useful here, because while they are relatives, you don't necessarily know how people are going to be afterwards. So many people will experience that their relatives that were particularly hateful or really unpleasant during life are actually a lot more tolerable in death. They've sort of mellowed out, whereas you also have people who say that the opposite is true. And so I think with this, it's just important to go in and be prepared for any scenario. So make sure that... Sorry about that. I have a puppy gate like right here, and I knocked it over. Oopsies. So just make sure that you know how to get out of that situation quickly. Make sure that you are personally protected, that your space is protected, because you just never know what's going to happen. And then just be kind of cautious with it. So start small, maybe work with an individual purpose in a space that's outside of that environment, just so that they aren't within your space, so that you can get a little bit more of a measure on what they're going to be like. But yeah, generally when it comes to all kind of spirit work, even ancestor work, I would recommend still having protections. Ancestor work is certainly considered one of the safer forms of spirit communication, but that's mostly because usually they are people that you will have a close, positive relationship with, but that's not the case for everybody. And so it's always useful, just in case, to have protections. Oh, it is a lathe. Okay, that's good. And also, thank you so much again. But yeah, it's one of those where with all spirit work, it's better to be a little on the cautious side. Right. What if they're already in your house? Well, in which case then I'd say it's about creating a space where you are opening up that communication. So how would I best do this? I would maybe create a circle that is where you would communicate with them within. So you are saying if you would like to communicate with me, you are welcome to do so when we both enter this space. And it is like a predetermined circle so that you can set those boundaries in place. That could just be a room, that could be under certain conditions, so that you aren't opening yourself up to having to deal with it all of the time. So it's quite perhaps a little bit more limited. So perhaps in this case, you might want to say, choose a room that was a particular favorite of hers to have communion in, and have a set protocol in place. So we will communicate for as long as this timer is going, or for as long as this crystal is on the table, and have that set, and make sure that you, if you're lowering your protections for the purpose of having that communication, that they then get raised back up again afterwards, just to make sure that there's no constant communication once it's been opened, because you never quite know what's going to happen there. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Teresa. Or Terasa? Terasa, I'm so sorry. If anybody has a name, by the way, that isn't like the most simple thing imaginable, I will butcher it. I've been known to butcher people's names that I've read like 1,000 times and still get it wrong. So please don't be offended if I butcher anyone's names. I even do it to people I know. So thank you so much. I'm so glad I could catch you live. It's my last day of my vacation. How did you find your spirit guide for tarot help? Oh, I hope you've had an amazing vacation. I actually didn't find them. So, okay, so for anybody who kind of doesn't watch my tarot videos and kind of doesn't know, I never used to have a spirit guide when it came to tarot. I would just read the tarot from what the cards meant, and I would go off the book, and that's sort of how I would do it. I then moved on to intuition, and then at some point during, I want to say 2023, but it might have been sooner than that, but I wasn't doing tarot as often. So during 2023, I did tarot a lot. Like, I'm talking every day, twice a day, a lot. I was getting information through that I wasn't getting from the cards. And it's similar to how I would get information from servitors and from deities. So, okay, let's backtrack for anybody who kind of isn't fully aware, because I know that the live streams attract everybody from loads of different levels in their practice. So a spirit guide is a spirit that is offering you guidance and assistance. This could be in the short term, so you could have a spirit guide that is with you for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. You can have spirit guides that are with you for your entire life. Sometimes spirit guides are members of your circle, so this would be your ancestors, so the family members that have gone before you. It could be kind of, if you work with angels, it could be angels. It could be essentially any spirit that resides around you and is attached to you in some sense, like ancestors are. Or it can be a spirit that is external to yourself, that has come in and is offering you aid, assistance, guidance for a certain amount of time. I all of a sudden ended up with a spirit guide, and I have no idea where they came from. I have a lot of protections up all of the time, as you would expect, and so I typically don't have anything coming in to my personal space that is really negative. So as soon as I got this information coming through and it turned out to be accurate, I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. Who are you, by the way? And so I have a gentleman that is particularly there for tarot. And I get a lot of stuff coming through kind of word-wise. So it's almost like somebody is talking over my mental thoughts. So that's how I get things through from servitors, from deities, guides, everything. And I'll be doing a tarot reading and I'd be told, you need another card. I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? What? I was like, just do another card. Just trust me, just do another card. So I did another card and it really added to the reading. And then I started listening more and more to it. And now they will tell me when to shuffle, when to not shuffle, and give me additional insight into readings that I would not expect. So for me, this came through totally random. For other people, they carry out meditations in order to connect with guides that are willing to work with them. They might also do astral projection, do journey work. They might create servitors for this. They might build relationships with familiars for this purpose. For me, mine just kind of came through and was just like, yeah, you need to shuffle more. Or, hey, read these cards first. Don't get greedy and keep going. Read these ones first and then add to it. And so if anybody's been on my Patreon, you'll see that I will often be mentioning things that aren't necessarily there in the cards themselves, but it's just information that I've sort of been given from an external source. And I know that makes me sound absolutely doolally, fully aware of it. Can say, though, that I am totally compos mentis. So I've been to a nut therapist with my anxiety disorder to know that. So it's not so much that it's like an actual like audible hearing, and it's more like a thought that you didn't make, if that makes any sense. So it's more like I already have thoughts inside my brain, and then I have other thoughts that are in somebody else's voice that are like talking over mine, if that makes any sense. So I can have like I have a permanent narration going on inside my head constantly, and then I'll have somebody else like butting in and being like, whoa, that's not how we're going to do this, we're going to do it this way. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's how we're going to do it. And that's how it always comes through to me. For other people, it might be visual things. It might be coming through in dreams. It might be when they're in a meditative state. So yeah, that is kind of a good way of describing it. It's like a radio in your head. It's like I'm not hearing it like I'm hearing somebody else talk to me verbally. I'm hearing it like I'm tuning into a radio station that isn't mine, and then they'll just tune themselves out again. And I get the same with spirits as well, where like I'll be hearing voices, but it's like voices that are on like a different station, and I'm like partially tuned into it, and then I'll just snap back into where I am now. So yeah, that's just kind of how it's always come through to me. It's probably going to be very different to other people. I'm just going to whack the brightness up just a smidge so I look less like I'm sitting in a dark room. Because sometimes it can look like I am just sitting in like a vaguely empty dark room. Let's have a look, see. Where am I? I am here. I actually don't have any recommendations on this, so I would love to know more. Can you recommend any resources for working with horse brasses? Now, from what I can remember, I have one actually that I got from the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic. I believe that horse brasses are these brass, as you might expect, decorations, detailing, that have like a little slit in the top where a piece of leather will go through them, and they were often hung on shire horses, like working shire horses for farms and stuff. And they have a lot of folklore, a lot of superstition, a lot of beliefs around them regarding the protective and the good luck properties for them. So people often collect them. They're really collectible pieces. Thank you, Jamie. You didn't have to, but I really appreciate it. So thank you so much. And they often have like symbols on that you would recognize. So they have like hearts on them. They might have like wedding rings on them. They might have 4-leaf clovers on them. And they were often used for spiritual purposes, because often farmers and fishermen were very, very superstitious people. And I don't know anything about resources for them, but I do know that if anybody has the chance to go, the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Boscastle has an entire section that has like these horse brasses on them, that has information there on it. I need to go back through my videos and photos, though. Actually, you know what? I just need to go back. It's been, well, like 3 years? 3 years since I last went. And it was such an incredible place. I need to go back. I need more information. So if anybody has any books for like horse brasses and stuff, I would greatly appreciate it. Because actually, scrap that. Sorry, hold on. I have a book here. Is it the bottom one? It's not. Ha! It's not the bottom one. It's this one. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to really, really quickly double check this. because this might actually have some pictures of it in it. Let's see. Will it? Oh, I don't know. Oh, by the way, for reference, this is Cecil Williamson's book of Witchcraft, and it contains loads of photos from inside the Boscastle Witchcraft Museum. And I was just wondering if there was anything in here for horse brasses. I don't think there is. I'm gonna have to go through this again and yeah, I don't think there is. I'll have to see if I can find some photos though and see if I can do some research and put it on Instagram if I remember to use Instagram. I'll be honest, I'm so terrible at social media. I shouldn't work in social media. I'm so bad at it. Right, let's have a look, see. Let me just double check where I am. I am somewhere. Could you do a video about how to work with demons? Oh, I mean, I definitely can give it a go. One thing that I will say, which I know is going to be so disappointing to so many people, I can give it a try, but YouTube is very, very finicky with videos on things that are considered more dark or taboo. And so perhaps that might be something that ends up on Patreon to start off with, and then maybe I can try and kind of add it into YouTube. And also it does have a tendency to attract the very extreme Christians who like telling people to do terrible things. And I'll be honest, I'm not really a massive fan of dealing with them. So I can try and put something together and see what I can do with it. I would love to be able to post it on YouTube. That would be incredible. But I know it's a bit of a plug, but I feel like I should kind of put it out there. The videos that don't make it onto YouTube end up on my Patreon, and you can watch all of them on the lowest tier, which I think is £1 is the lowest tier, I think, for the month. I think I need to double check. So if you ever want extra content, or I'm planning on doing a video on blood magic, that's going to be going on Patreon first, just so that I can figure out the whole YouTube situation with that, because they're a little bit touchy with a few subjects. Let's have a look, see. Oh, sorry, this is so exciting. I'll be vending my first time as my own witchcraft shop. What advice do you have for a first-time vendor? Also, it will be my first time publicly with my craft. I've been practicing for over 10 years. Oh, I'm so proud of you. I know that we don't know each other in person, but I'm so proud of you. That's so incredible. Is this going to be a market stall? Is that going to be a physical shop? I want to know more. I need to know more. But okay, I need to wind myself back to my first stall. Don't overcrowd. I'm going to give you just loads of advice based off, for anyone who doesn't know, by the way, I've been trading and showing at events for witchcraft for 10 years now. I've been doing it for a long time. So let me go back to the start. What mistakes did I make? I massively overcrowded a table. Massively. To the point where you couldn't really see the wood for the trees. There was just too much stuff. If you're going to do it, go up. Don't go out, because it just becomes really messy. Go up. You're going to make your store look way, way better. Be prepared to have to explain everything to everybody. And from a perspective of, you're probably going to get a lot of people who are just starting out, who don't completely know what they are getting into. And so they're going to ask a lot. Oh, a Ren fair, a booth, and a paranormal convention. That sounds incredible. That sounds absolutely incredible. You're going to have to explain yourself a lot. So kind of be prepared in advance to have a script of how you're going to explain certain things in the most concise, dumbed down way possible. And please don't anybody take from that I want people to talk down at people, but more you're likely gonna get a lot of people, especially at a Ren fair, that are interested in what something looks like, but are gonna have absolutely zero idea. So it's about trying to get as much information crammed into a couple of sentences so that you can give people the context. Even better if you can have stuff laid out on the table that gives a little bit of extra information with a price, because you will no doubt, even if the price is on the table, be asked how much things are every 2.5 seconds. Enjoy it. It's probably going to be super duper manic, so incredibly overwhelming. So try and make sure you have everything laid out as smoothly as possible so that you aren't flustered about where things are in the process. So if you're having bags, I use these little S hooks. I have S hooks on the back of the stall with the bags hanging off it so that I can still have a conversation with somebody whilst I'm packing their order, because I find that makes things flow so much more smoothly. So yeah, just enjoy yourself and be prepared. It's going to be really overwhelming because they usually are, especially if it's something really big. I mean, I'd love to do a Ren fair. I want to go to a Ren fair so bad. I might be throwing hints out to people who may or may not be watching. I really want to go to a Ren fair one day. I am the only one that will dress up though, and I'm totally fine with that. I want to dress up as a fairy. No! I want to go to a Ren fair. I don't hang out with nerds. I'm only slightly a nerd, okay? I might dress like Arwen from Lord of the Rings, and I don't see that as being a bad thing. Okay, I want to go to a Ren fair one day. I want to dress up and be with the cool nerds. No fair. I want to do that. Right. I'll get back to what I was talking about now. There is nothing wrong with being a fairy. And also, correction, she's an elf. That's not the same thing. Not at all. That's different. It's cool. She's an elf and she's awesome. Have you seen the TV show The Secret Circle? Yes, actually. And I was really sad that they cancelled. That is the one that they cancelled, right? It had Phoebe Tonkin in it. And there was this like weird silver thing that was like traveling. I remember very little about this TV show. This TV show had like half a season. And then it just got cancelled and nobody ever heard anything about it ever again. They should have continued it. It would have been good. It would have been a really great show. But they cancelled it, and they did I'm going to say it, everybody knows what well, no, some of you might not know what I'm going to say, but I know what I'm going to say, and Phil knows what I'm going to say. They cancelled it like they did Constantine, and I will never forgive them for it. Why do they do this? They have something really, really good that has the potential to be really, really great, and then they just cancel it. I will never forgive them for Constantine, I'm sorry. Right. Right, I am somewhere here. Okay. Do you have any advice for someone who's trying to figure out where they belong in religion? Try to not worry too much about it, I think, is the main thing. I think that a lot of the time when you try to find religion, specifically try to find religion, I think you can often get led in paths that are not super healthy and that might not benefit you as a way of giving yourself religious purpose. Now, I want to emphasize here that that's not me saying that every single person that does this is going to have the same outcome, but I find that people who actively seek out religion and are searching for it are often quite susceptible to being taken advantage of. And so with this, I would say it's maybe less about finding religion and more about finding a spiritual path that resonates with you. And then along the way, you'll probably find religions that are associated, that you feel particularly drawn to, that you can look into. Be open-minded, try different things, but also be able to see the opposite sides of the coin, I suppose. Like, don't just look at the positives of something, look at the negatives as well. Right, let's have a look. See, oh yes, they also, sorry, this is the cancellation. They also did it to Lockwood & Co. I will never forgive them for that. Lockwood & Co. was so good. I'm going to plug it here, by the way, for anybody, if anybody hasn't seen my video on Lockwood & Co. I did a video about how accurate their ghosts were in Lockwood & Co. And nobody saw it, and I think it's a really good video. And if you like ghosties and ghoulies, and you also like Lockwood & Co., then go and watch that, because it was really good, in my personal opinion. So I'm annoyed that they cancelled that, and I still have your books, Phil, and I still need to finish reading them. But yeah, have you seen my to be read pile? This is what I'm working with. Yeah, that's another one that gets me. What else? Penny Dreadful. I've never seen Penny Dreadful at all. I feel that's something I get recommended a lot that I really, really need to. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? I am in an interview. The author did say everything was based on existing literature regarding ghosts, and that would be why. I had no idea that would be why, and they did such a good job. Another one that I need to do a video on is, I was going to say the Shannara Chronicles, but that's actually not what I meant. I meant, I don't understand. I don't understand where it's gone inside my brain. Spiderwick Chronicles. Oh my god, okay. I just had a full-on brain fart moment. The Spiderwick Chronicles, I need to do a full video on that. I actually got the first 3 books that I need to read and reread, because I read them when I was a kid. I think I read them when I was a kid, because that is like so close to being accurate as well. Let's have a look. See. Do you have any advice on protection magic? I need something beginner friendly that will hold up, still hold up under attack. Maybe an easy cleansing routine. Okay, so I try to always be honest without being brutal. Okay, if I come across as being overly harsh in anything, by the way, I'm usually not intending it that way. I struggle with tone. Okay, so when it comes to protections, most protections are not going to hold up under intense pressure for large amounts of time. And that's kind of the point in a way. So the protection is designed to take the brunt of that. So you've got kind of 2 different types of protection. You have protection that is designed to deflect. So this is designed to perhaps conceal, to confuse, to repel. And then you have protections that are designed to contain and absorb. And so all protections at some point are going to run out of energy. And that could be because they've run their course and they don't have any energy anymore and they're done with, or it's because they've used up all of their energy shielding you from an incoming spiritual attack. So there is no protection out there that I will be able to comfortably recommend as being one thing that you can use and it will hold up forever, because you're never going to consistently be able to do that if there's stuff going on. So what I would say instead is have several smaller protections going at once that mean if one fails, you have a backup option. So my favorite one is always a piece of protection jewelry. So easiest way to do this, you can have a symbol that is considered quite protective. So I have a pentacle here. You can use crosses. You can use triquetras, triskelions, something that you perceive as being very strong spiritually or very protective. You can also use like a little locket that has like a sigil inside for protection. Every week, every month, hold it in your hands, pour energy into it that is designed for protection. So you focus on that protective energy, the idea of it becoming like a bubble around you. You hold it, you charge it, you wear it. And it offers personal protection as the days go on. every time it runs out of energy, recharge it again. That's a super simple way of doing it. You can make it more complex, but that's a really simple way of doing it. I would then recommend some kind of house protection. So something like witches' bells, witches' balls are really useful for that. But general protection over liminal space I find to be really effective for this. So you might want to create a sigil for protection, and then on your doors and windows, if you get some water, just some plain bog standard water, you don't need anything fancy for this. You can make it fancy, but we're talking like super duper 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 simple. Get some water, charge it with your energy for protection, and then draw that sigil for protection on your windows and on your doors. And then have that be charged in that space. Every week, every month, you wipe everything down, you redo it again, and you recharge that sigil, and then you leave. And that way you have your liminal spaces covered so that you are covered when you leave and when you come back in again, and your house is protected so that when you leave and come back in again, nothing is going to be brought into that space. And then cleansings, really important. I have 2 videos on cleansings. If you want to check them out. One is cleansings with smoke and one is cleansings without smoke that I would recommend watching because they're kind of full in-depth videos. You don't need to be cleansing all of the time, but if you feel the need to cleanse, then start with a good strong cleanse and then just doing little top-ups in whichever technique works best for you. That could be water, that could be smoke, that could be sound, that could be energy. Like you using your energy to get rid of other energy. Lots of options out there. I find those to be pretty good though, with a backup of some kind of shield. Aha, we had the exact same thought at the exact same time, Joe. I would recommend that because that's a really good like backup emergency type situation. If you do feel as though something has come in and you want to get rid of it quickly and you want to protect yourself quickly, then having something like a protection shield that you can put up temporarily is a really quick and effective way of doing that. I have an entire video on that too. I'll have to try to link them if I can find them. Right, drink these and then I'll move on to the next one. Let's have a look see. Okay, how can I implement magical workings in my daily life without stretching myself too thin? Like small rituals that I can do every day. It just minimized itself, sorry. Without it being overwhelming. Okay. I have advice on this that a lot of people are not going to agree with probably. Some people might. Some people might, but you don't need to. And I know that wasn't what was being asked, okay? But what I do find is that people tend to get themselves backed into a corner with their spells and rituals because they feel as though they need to be doing rituals every day. They have to have a daily practice. And then they have a daily practice and they get really, really overwhelmed by it because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, a great example, a couple of days ago, I wake up and Puppy is really not feeling her best. She's not feeling good at all. I want to get her checked out. I need to take her to the vets. Okay, so we go to the vets. All of a sudden, 50% of my day has now been spent doing something I didn't plan for, and I don't have any time anymore. And a lot of people, they put so much pressure on themselves that if they then miss a day of their magical practice and their daily rituals, they feel like a failure. They feel like they've fallen off the bandwagon. One day turns into 2, 2 days turns into 3. Before they know it, they've not done anything for a week and they feel so bad and they beat themselves up so bad about it that they feel like the practice isn't for them because they can't maintain it. So my biggest piece of advice for implementing magical workings into your life is that you don't try to force it. Like, you don't try to shoehorn it into your daily life. Instead, it's very much about fitting it in as and when is necessary and as and when you have the opportunity to do it. And in some cases, that isn't going to be every day. That isn't going to be every month. You know, if you all of a sudden find out you need to be a carer for somebody, you might not be able to practice for months on end. That doesn't make you less of a practitioner. It just means that your practice is going to have to fit around your life. So where possible, blend things together. So rather than focusing on active spells and rituals, I would instead combine things into one another. So I know that some things have already been said in the chat that I wholeheartedly agree with. I do it too. Cleansings in the shower. You're in the shower, you feel like you need a spiritual cleanse. You envision that water that's pouring down on you turning like electric blue. That's my color of choice. You can also use gold, silver, white, whatever feels right for you. And you just allow it to wash all of that unwanted energy off you down the drain. Protective jewelry, as mentioned earlier, you can just wear it on a daily basis. Bracelets, crystal rings. I only have this one on today, but you'll notice that a lot of the time I wear a lot of rings, and that's because they're pre-charged. It allows me to use them in my day-to-day life. I do the same thing for jewelry. I have a piece of citrine jewelry that's hanging on my Bridget altar. It's over there, by the way. You don't see it very often anymore, but it is still there, hanging on my Bridget altar, that is designed for when I need it. I can take it off, I can wear it, go about with my day. I get that energy. When I'm done with it, it goes back on the altar again to recharge. It's about making the magic fit you and the mundane world that you live in rather than the other way around. So stirring intention into tea, using herbs in your cooking, spells that you're carrying out perhaps just before bed, or crystals that you're placing underneath your pillow to influence your dreams while you sleep. Things like this are really manageable day-to-day activities that you are probably going to fall into a habit of doing even if you aren't actively thinking about it. So there was about 10, 11 months last year where I wore the same rings every single day. And it was just a really routine thing. I would come downstairs, I'd go to my altar, I'd pick up these 2 rings, I'd put them on, I'd wear them. And it became such a routine that I didn't have to think about it anymore. So I'd say with this, it's very much about make the magic fit the mundane and try not to worry too much about not. And that, it's hard to do, but you just don't want to be burning yourself out and making you feel as though you can't manage the magic anymore because it's not working in with the other aspects of your life. Oh, you can rinse with salt water at the end of your shower to cleanse yourself too. Oh, that's a really good thing. That's a good idea. I like the sound of that one. So if anyone has any other like little daily things that they do, leave it in the chat. I'd like to check it out. What are my daily things? I always talk to my servitors and my deities. Always, every day before bed. That gets done. Routine every day. Jewelry gets kept on all of the time, but I'll also change things out depending on what I want. So like I might choose different earrings, different rings, different eyeshadow color, different lipstick, depending on what I want to manifest that day, using color in my casual practice. Cleansings. I talk to plants a lot. I'll be honest, I'm one of them crazy people that talks to plants. And I will usually have at least 1, maybe 2 workings going at any given time that are more like long-standing workings that I will just light a candle for, or I will just write a petition for, just like things that I can top up really easily just to make my practice a little bit more manageable. Right, I'm here somewhere. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to start with this one just because the answer is a hard no. Have you made any progress with reading the Picatrix? No. Okay, there is backstory to this, right? So I specifically started reading the Picatrix for research. And so I have, honestly, I'm not even joking when I tell you, I think I have about 100 tabs open on my computer right now. And they're in all different sections. So there's one that is titled Book. I think I have about 4 book web pages that just contain hundreds of tabs for different things, different ebooks, different audiobooks, different this, that, the other. And I start reading them and then my chat just disappeared. Oh, that's reassuring, isn't it? Please come back. Okay, there we go. And so I started reading the Picatrix specifically because I needed to check one particular topic and I really enjoyed it, but then I tend to get sucked into stuff, and so I had to stop myself from continuing to read it because I needed to move on to other things. So I will get around to finishing it in the end. At the minute, I will tell you what my current read is, because I'm going to be posting on Instagram once I'm closer to finishing it. I'm currently reading Under the Bramble Arch by Corinne Boyer. This was one that my randomly generated thing selected. I still need to put those on Instagram. No, YouTube. I still need to put them on YouTube, but I will. Can somebody remind me to put them on YouTube? I keep forgetting. Okay, my brain is a sieve. So this is my current read. Like, finish read. A lot of my other books are reading for the purpose of research, which isn't the same thing, I'm discovering. Love the idea of fully reading every single book that I'm using in research at the time that I'm researching. Yeah, there's no way that I would be able to get through that. Like, there is absolutely no way that I would manage to make my way through them. So let's put that there. Let's have a look. I'm here somewhere. Do you know any good rune books? I'm just getting started with my first set of runes and could use some help. So I actually don't have any rune books that I specifically love and would... Thank you, Phil. He's reminded me. And I'm not going to open the message, because if I open the message, then the notification disappears. And if the notification disappears, then the message never existed. And I will forget it existed. I don't have any set books on runes that I've fully read that I really, really love. So I would love to know anybody's recommendations if you have a book that you go back to time and time again. I would absolutely love to know. I have a few sort of decent-ish rune books, but yeah. If anybody has any recommendations, let us know, because I'd love to get more so that I could deepen my knowledge, because I tend to just go off what feels right. And that isn't always the way I want to do things. Sometimes I do want to go further with that and do some actual, like, proper digging. Right, let's have a look-see. I have a black thumb with plants. Is it possible to ask some type of spirit to help me keep my house plants alive? You could work with a house spirit, I suppose. Maybe even the spirit of the house itself to kind of give you reminders. Generally, I'll be honest, I'm really bad when it comes to plants. The plants that live in my house survive in my house through willpower alone. I have this one plant. This is like story time with Hearth. I have this one plant in my bathroom that I bought when I was going through a really, really tough time in 2021. It was like January 2021. And I bought this plant. I bought this like little ferny type thing, and I'm like, I will love you and I will take care of you. Yeah, it's on the brink of death, and it has been for the last 4 years. It is alive by exactly. Mine are the same. My house plants survive by sheer spite alone. Sorry, this looks really weird and I didn't explain it. My legs are numb because of the way I am sitting in this chair. This is me attempting to hold myself up for the blood to return to my legs before I sit back down again. And I just gave zero explanation before I did it. Yeah, plants come to my house to die too. But I often find that having notifications, maybe less spirits, is useful here, and more just regular notifications to like water things. If anything, maybe make it a little bit of a ritual if that's something that you really want to do. Like if you want to work with like the spirit of the house, maybe it's a case of saying, okay, well, this is my offering to you. I want my house to be nice. These plants bring good energy into the house. They make the house a pleasant space to live in. Therefore, my offering to the house spirits is to maintain these, and have your water offering be to the plants instead of to, say, like in a glass or something. That's another way of doing it that actually I should probably try. I should probably try, because literally I have a basil plant that sits in my kitchen windowsill. The only reason it is still alive is because occasionally, when it is on the brink of death, withering to nothingness, I will tip a half-drank glass of water on it. And then the next day it's like, oh, I'm fine again, everything is fine. Rinse and repeat. That's how I do things, rinse and repeat. And then once, like my garden plants are better because it rains. And then I don't have to think about it. So I'm trying to figure out where I am. What is your favourite crystal? Quartz. Hands down, quartz. Affordable, easily accessible, good for everything. I used to be a massive crystal person, right? I have like little crystal skulls. I actually have one right here. This one is actually a really, really beautiful one. Will it focus on it instead of my face? It is so detailed. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I used to love crystals, crystal shapes. I've got crystal Buddhas, I've got crystal eggs, I've got crystal spheres, I've got crystal skulls, I've got crystal wands. I used to, every weekend when I was at uni, I used to go to this little crystal shop, and I used to come away with tumblestones that I used to like collect, and that's where the majority of my crystals come from. Is I have this container. Actually, that reminds me, I feel like I was meant to post a video in depth about my crystals on Patreon about a year and a half ago, and I think I forgot to do it. And it just came to me. Why am I like this? Why does my brain work like this? So like my chalice, my big chalice of crystals, I'd say 99% of those are from this one shop that I used to go to. And I thought that lots of crystals meant lots of flexibility with my witchcraft. And I think now I've definitely changed my perspective on that. This is going to be hard for me to say. Okay, you've seen my space. Anybody who knows me personally knows I am a maximalist. Okay, through and through. I have wallpaper with animals dressed as humans in my living room. Okay, that's the level of maximalism we're dealing with here. I'm a minimalist when it comes to my crystals now. I know what's happening to me. Simply because I found I could not be bothered to sift through hundreds of crystals every single time I needed something. Now I need something, I grab the quartz. They're sitting right on the top. I use them the most anyway. Grab the quartz, give them a cleanse, charge them for literally anything. You are good to go. And especially rock quartz, you can find all over the place. You can just find it coming out of the ground in some parts of the country and the world. And it's a lot more accessible for a lot of people. And so for me, my favorite crystal is clear quartz for that purpose in particular. Now, don't get me wrong, there are lots of crystals that I also enjoy. I like moonstone, I like labradorite, I love citrine. But there are also others that I absolutely can't stand. Like, there are some crystals where I will pick them up and either feel absolutely nothing. It's like I'm holding a piece of plastic. That's what it feels like. And there are some that I'm not going to say like I hate, but there are some that I will actively go out of my way to avoid. So we're getting a lot of answers in the chat here about people's favourites. So what have we got here? We've got moss agate, we've got labradorite, serpent jade, lapis lazuli, bumblebee jasper. What else have we got? Moldavite. Oh, I'll be honest, I bloody love Moldavite. I think it's great. moonstone, amethyst, labradorite. Like, there's so many different things here. What have we got here? Moonstone, obsidian, numite, smoky quartz, citrine, rose quartz, blue calcite, moss agate, amber carnelian, amber again, lots of lapis lazuli, sunstone, blue goldstone, garnet. Oh, I love garnet. Smoky quartz. The ones that I love working with are kind of weird, right? So quartz, big one. Big quartz girly, absolutely love it. And because of that, I do also work with rose quartz, amethyst, smoky quartz, and citrine, because they're all members of the quartz family. I use obsidian and black tourmaline a lot for protection. A lot. But then I love moldavite. Real moldavite, though. I want to make that clear, because the TikTok universe kind of destroyed the moldavite industry. Like, legitimately burned it to the ground. Now it's so hard to get any moldavite that's real, because there are so many fakes, because so many people wanted moldavite that now you cannot get hold of real stuff. You can get hold of real stuff. It will be like one of two things will happen. And I have met mostly people who sit in this camp and very few people who sit in this camp. I sit in this really weird camp over here. Most people, when they deal with moldavite, they refuse to touch it or to go near it. I have met people who will not even walk into a room that has moldavite in it. They just won't do it. They hate the energy so much that they will not go near it. Most people who experience real moldavite will have this experience, which is this very visceral, potentially very negative reaction to it. It is just, whoa, that's way too much. I don't want to deal with that. And that's just because the energy is just not something that they resonate with. They just don't like the feel of it. Then you have people in this camp, like me and other weirdos, where it feels like electricity. And I work with electricity all of the time. And so I really love the feel of moldavite, and I can carry it and I can wear it, and it has no negative influence on me at all. I really enjoy the energy that I get from it. Other people feel as though they are floating off, and that it's just too much. They feel overwhelmed by it. Now, I want to emphasize this by saying that's not me sitting here being like, oh, I'm better than everybody else because I can handle moldavite. No, because I can't handle agate. It is just different people have just different, they resonate with different energies. And so for me, I love the crystals and the stones and the minerals that feel like electricity. So moldavite, fulgurite. If you love moldavite, try fulgurite. Fulgurite is what happens, and this is another one that's really easily faked, so be careful with it. Fulgurite is what happens when lightning strikes sand, and it instantly, it like turns the sand into plasma and then solidifies it within milliseconds. And you end up with tubes of solid lightning. At least that's how I resonate with it, because that's what it feels like to me. Moldavite and fulgurite feel like electricity, and I love it. I love that energy so much. So if you like storm magic, storm witchcraft, if you work a lot with lightning storms, if you're like me and you draw energy from the walls, like cables through the walls, like I'm not talking about touching live electricity here, I'm talking like drawing energy. Wow, my voice went. Drawing energy through the walls instead of through the ground. You'll probably also like moldavite and fulgurite. But for me, I can't deal with agate. If you give me an agate, I have it back. I don't know how else to describe it. It feels horrible to me. And so a lot of people love like blue lace agate. They like absolutely love it. Moss agate. No, give me a piece of that and I will give it back to you again. You have it. I don't want it. If somebody's house has a large amount of agate in it, I feel deeply, deeply uncomfortable. And I just think it's really interesting. So I would love to know in the chat as well what your least favorite crystals are, because I think that also says a lot about the energy that you're going to resonate with the most. I think that actually I've met a lot of healers who love agate. They have like really nurturing, healing energy. They do really well in like healing fields, whether that is like spiritual healing, whether that is kind of readers. I've met a lot of them that absolutely adore agate in all varieties, and they really, really resonate with that energy. And then I've met a lot of people who are more storm witches, who prefer the much more high energy. So the malachite, the moldavite, the fulgurite, the higher energy stones resonate better with them. And I think that you can definitely get a gauge of how someone is going to practice based off the crystals that they do and don't like. Oh, no need to apologize if your least favorite is quartz. It's one of them where it's it speaks volumes about how somebody perceives and experiences energy, and it gives a really good indication of how they're going to practice. So I think it's really interesting the way that people don't like it. So what have we got? Hematite hates me. Black tourmaline is my least favorite to work with. Let's have a look, see. I feel vaguely negative about rose quartz. Ooh, selenite makes me feel off. Amethyst is pretty, but it feels so bland to me. Tiger eye is my least favorite. Let's have a look. I'd say my least is carnelian and jasper. I hate malachite. It feels sickly to me. Turquoise doesn't do anything for me. I think this is really interesting. Turquoise doesn't do anything for me either. I struggle with turquoise because weirdly the fake turquoise, the dyed hematite, the dyed howlite often feels stronger to me than real turquoise. Which is sort of a bit of a strange one. I don't like the fake citrine. Oh, see, I love it. And I think that's because it still falls under that quartz family, that for me, it just all quartz tends to work out fine for me. Righty-ho, where am I? I am somewhere over here, I think. Okay, let's go with this one. Let's have a look. Rose quartz and selenite for me. My obsidian lost all its energy. I can't feel it anymore. Selenite makes me shake like a stick like a sick over-caffeinated energy. Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's so interesting seeing how different people will perceive different things. And this is why I know that it's like really frustrating when people do it, is when people ask me what energy feels like. It's really hard to define that, because it's going to feel differently for everyone. For me, energy either feels like, how does this, I don't even know what this is anymore, by the way. I've completely forgotten what stone this is. How does this feel? This feels tingly and heavy. So it feels like you've put like something with static charge in it. So it's sitting in my hand like this, and I can feel the zips of energy like going into my fingers that are like around it. It's weighing this hand down. Like I feel like someone's doing this, like pushing my hand down, and I feel it in my fingertips as this like sparky, staticky, electric energy. And that's most likely because the energy that I typically resonate the most with is like lightning, staticky energy. I'm terrible for it. I will electrocute everybody by accident. Like I plug things into a plug socket and it arcs and it sparks everywhere and it goes crazy. I destroy electrical equipment. Like, that's just my energy. Whereas for other people, if I were to say, well, energy feels like electricity, they would hold something and they would feel like they were doing it wrong because they weren't feeling what I was feeling. Whereas for them, energy, high energy might feel really cold, or it might feel really hot, or rather than feeling like somebody is like pulling down their hand, it might feel as though somebody is pushing it up or it's being lifted up. Like, everybody's gonna feel it in a totally different way. And that's what makes it so difficult to define energy as like a definitive feeling, because I'm sure that many people will feel energy in a totally different way. And actually, this is something that I would love to kind of ask the chat in general. How do you feel energy? Because I think that's really useful for people who are maybe struggling with the concept of energy sensing. And I think like the crystal chat just really highlights it, how you would think that all crystals having the same energy, everybody would feel it in a similar way and everybody would enjoy it in a similar way, but it is just so difficult to pin it down, because like energy for me is going to feel totally different than energy for you. So what have we got here? It's like warm or cold. It's a warm electric feeling. Let's have a look, see. I get shivers, like literal shivers when moving energy. It depends on if it's people energy, crystals, or spirits. It's all different. So look, it feels like heat going through me. Moldavite makes me feel like I'm jittering. I feel energy like a warm tingling. My own energy, when it's centered, feels like a heavy weight in my gut, suddenly tugging down towards the earth. I feel energy like a wave between warm and electric. If something is high energy, it usually is cold. But also, I feel most energy just in my head, if that makes sense. Usually, it'll have watery heaviness to it. I'm somebody who isn't aware of feeling energy. That's something that's really common as well too. Tingling, like you get from ASMR, or chills. It kind of feels like a shiver, kind of also like tingling. Energy typically feels like electricity, but sometimes it's cold or kind of like a flowing stream. Like, so many different ways of sensing one thing. I feel energy like a hum. Like, so many different ways. And I wouldn't be surprised really if say we were all in a room together and we were to pass around the same crystal, or if I were to charge, say, like 300 stones with the same energy, it's all the same, just like plain quartz, and I would hand them out to every single person, everybody would probably feel it totally differently. And that's what makes it so hard to easily express like how somebody else is meant to feel. So we've got even more here, like pins and needles, tingling like bubbles in a hot tub, teeth clattering, numbness in fingers, like such a variety that I think it's just really interesting. And I think it perhaps says more about, well, actually I'm curious to know if the way that you feel energy then influences the workings that you carry out. So somebody here said watery heaviness to it. So I'm curious. I mean, you don't have to answer. Like, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. But I'm curious is if you feel it more like a staticky energy, do you feel drawn to more electricity, high energy type workings? Whereas if you feel it more like a watery energy or a heavy energy, do you feel yourself more drawn to water magic? If you feel it as a hot energy, do you work more with candle magic? I'm really curious, because there could be kind of like an influence here where like the way that you perceive energy is the energy that you feel most comfortable working with. Because I know certainly for myself, electric style workings with electricity, lightning, are my most effective workings. I then kind of lean back on candle magic because it's like the closest that I can get to that without it being that. So I'm just so curious. I feel like we need to do like a giant experiment on this to figure it out. Right. Oh yes, yes. Gunhilda. I at 1 a.m. this morning, severely sleep deprived, made a thumbnail. It took me like a couple of hours. I looked at it 1,000 times, and I said to myself, yeah, that's right. I then edited it because I made a different mistake in it. And I didn't notice it said July until we got onto the live stream. So we're all going to pretend like it actually says August. And then as soon as I get off the stream, I'm going to edit it and pretend like it never happened. Because, oopsies, I even showed other people the thumbnail and everybody else just went, yeah, it looks good. So at least it's not me. It's not, it's not just me. But oopsies. My bad. To be fair, July went so fast. It could be July in my head. I think it still is in my head. Right, let's see, have a look-sees. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm not sure if another one came through. And also, thank you so much, Shadowlands. I try to answer questions chronologically, so I will get there in the end. It just might take me a little bit of time. I cannot... Oh, bingo! Here it is. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't got to it yet. Do you have any spell suggestions for buying a home, especially when out looking for houses? So I would say with this, you're probably going to want to emphasize opportunities. So I would typically say, rather than doing a working specifically for buying a house, I would do a working to open opportunities with properties, perhaps, because that covers a lot of bases. So that then covers the idea of being able to see more properties that perhaps fit your criteria, things that perhaps wouldn't have been available to you earlier. That could also be opening opportunities to have more money to be putting towards a property, so you could maybe get something that is a little bit better than what you would have been able to get previously. But it also might open opportunities when it comes to the purchasing process, where if you've, I don't know where you are, I'm not going to ask where you are in the world, don't worry. Here though, in the UK, you're often bidding against other people. So like multiple people will put in an offer and the person that owns the house will be able to choose the offer that they want to accept. It probably works very similar in other parts of the world, but I don't live in other parts of the world, so I'm not sure. If that's the case, then a spell that is designed to open opportunities with a property could also then give you a better opportunity to have a lower offer accepted, or a better opportunity to have an offer accepted full stop. Gives you loads of flexibility on the way that it might want to play out. And so it is, instead of being just like a general, this is what I want, this is where I want it to be, instead it's more like it's whichever way the energy is going to go fastest and easiest. So you can tailor it definitely. So you could say, do this working, I'm trying to think of the way that I would do it. So I would probably be doing, just a super simple way of doing it could be, you can draw it. That's a way of doing it. You can print out like a little clip art picture of just a generic house shape. Have that underneath a candle holder. Orange candle with a key drawn in the side of it, like carved into the side of it. And then you can dress it with some kind of oil that connects to what it is that you want to manifest. So that could be an oil for new beginnings. That could be an oil that connects with like stability, like a home, like rooting yourself in. If you want to tailor it more for the money surrounding buying a property, you might want some prosperity oil, something that resonates with it on the exterior of that candle, and then say what it is that you want to manifest as you're lighting that candle. So you can tailor it a little bit, but that opening, that opportunity spell, the keys that you are, the doors that you are unlocking with that candle spell relate to a property. I don't know if this is making any semblance of sense. My brain is kind of frazzled, I'll be honest. But you can then tailor that working. You can do the same working in slightly different ways depending on the part of the process that you're in. So to start with, you might want to be doing that working and dressing the candle with like something stable, so oak oil, something very earth-based, something maybe like patchouli oil, to find something that is very positive for you, very stable, a long-term home. Then when you move on to the next stage, you might want to be using the exact same process, but instead of using that oil, you might want to be using a prosperity oil, which links it more to the finances aspect of it. So same candle spell can be used in the same way with a different oil to get a different, slightly different outcome. I'm not sure if any of that made any semblance of sense, I'll be honest. I hope that it did though, and I hope that you have incredible success with it. But yeah, I don't know. My brain is so frazzled. Oh. Do you ever wear devotional jewelry for your deities? Yes, and devotional jewelry, maybe not devotional jewelry actually, when I think about it. What I will instead do is I have certain pieces of jewelry that are positioned on altar spaces. So I mentioned my Bridget altar, which is sitting just over here. If anybody wants a tour of my altars again, I can do that. I haven't done it because I assume that we're still in 2018 and that I film with my altar being my backdrop, but I don't anymore. So a lot of you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but I have my Bridget altar over here, and on there are pieces of jewelry and objects that are charged and steeped in her energy. So I have rings on there, I have necklaces on there, I have crystals on there, I have candle holders and little goddess statues and things like that, that then if I need that energy in my life, I will take a ring off that altar, I will wear it, and then at the end of the day it will go back on again. And I do the same with Ceridwen. Ceridwen's altar is in there. This is the altar that I don't think that I would show. Ceridwen specifically has never been comfortable with that. I have lots of rings on my Ceridwen altar that I will use when I want to work with her. They are used for specific things, they are in specific places, and that is how I will work with those. Most rings, actually no, this one was used in a spell. I have other rings that aren't connected to spell work, but most of my jewelry is related to spells in some way, shape or form. So I will probably do a walkthrough of this altar with the links to like the artwork and stuff, because I've not done that in years. Like, shout out to anybody who has been here since I was working on a kitchen, like a dining room table with my Bridget altar in the background. Because I used to do that all of the time. Absolutely all of the time. Right, let's have a look-see. I am... Ooh, okay. Please do share some information about forest fairies and how helpful nature. So, information about forest fairies. I don't know how much information I am going to be able to offer on this as a general topic, mostly because a lot of the woodland and forest dwelling fae that I've encountered, I wouldn't necessarily classify them as like one category. They've been all very individual, and it's more that they are fae that reside in the forest rather than fae that only live in forests. Does that make any sense? So what I think often happens is certain types of spirits almost get absorbed into the fae category a little bit. So you'll often find that, I'm trying to think of which one is the tree one. Is it dryads that are the tree spirits? Or are they the water spirits? No, nymphs are the water spirits. Dryads are the tree spirits. Let me just double check. My brain is like a sieve today. Yes, dryads are trees. Dryads are trees. So what often happens is there's a lot of crossover. So you have dryads and tree spirits are often considered one and the same, and then they're both often classified under the overarching kind of fae category, and it can lead to some kind of confusing, conflicting information going on, which is totally understandable because there's so many different people with so many different experiences in so many different parts of the world who experience these beings. So in my experience, woodland fae tend to be quite secretive, quite private. The individuals that I have encountered personally tend to enjoy observing, so they will often, you'll be sitting in a forest or in a woodland and you will catch like a glimpse or like a twinkle of light out of the corner of your eye, and then they'll disappear again. And the longer you sit there and the more time you spend there, the more of them you will see. So they'll go from like a flash of light in one direction to kind of a light being or like a shadowy form, to whispers, to movements and the like. They tend to be very private, and in my experience they also tend to be very independent. So they are individual spirits rather than, there are some fae who often travel and exist in large groups. So when we're talking about, say, the fairy courts, the seelie and the unseelie courts, they are together as a unit. There are individuals, but they are a unit that is very classifiable. Whereas the forest fae that I've encountered tend to be individual spirits of different categories of fae who also live together in the same woodland, but they aren't necessarily related to one another. They don't necessarily look like one another. I hope that's making sense. So you can go into two different woodlands and you might expect to find very similar fae, but you might find that totally different individuals live there that look different, act different, are really of different classifications. They are simply grouped together as woodland fae because they all reside within woods or forests. The other groups that I find are plant spirits or spirits of nature. So you have tree spirits. This would be the spirit of a tree, like that apple tree or that oak tree. So you can work with the individual spirit of that tree, or you can work with the collective spirit of all apple trees or all oak trees. But you then have nature spirits, where it is the essence of nature, which sometimes end up classified as woodland fae. So this would be the whispering of the tree leaves. This would be the energy of the rocks, energy of the ground around, like the collective energy of everything. And then you also have spirits that reside in trees. So these would be things like the dryads, certain spirits that take up residence within trees in that woodland environment. So you might find that there are loads and loads and loads of a certain type of spirit that reside in the trees, but they aren't necessarily fae, but they're often classified as it because they reside in the same area. I don't know if any of that made sense, but generally what's happening here is you have multiple, this is a Venn diagram. I'm not like squeezing imaginary boobs. Okay, this is a Venn diagram. You can tell I'm sleep deprived. you have like multiple classifications that are all coming together. And this section in the middle is where people often will kind of group them all into, these are woodland fae, when they could actually be like multiple different things from multiple different places. It's just they live in the same place. I keep getting Instagram DMs from Temu, and I want Temu to stop DMing me on Instagram because I'm not going to work with you. Oh goodness, right. So what do we have here? We have here also hearing bells are a sign, right? Yes, bells are another sign. Not necessarily just of woodland fae, but just fae in general. You do tend to get a lot of bells. Right. Let's see, where am I? It's about to jump so bad. So bad. I'm completely lost. That's why I've gone all silent. I'm completely lost and it's about to jump, so I can't scroll anymore. Okay, I'm gonna go from here because I think this is one that I haven't answered yet. Can you speak a bit about how to use meditation to speak to spirits? I just got stuck, apparently. So meditation, as mentioned in my previous video, is all about that stilling of the mind, right? So we're not actually making it quiet, we're just like turning down the dimmer on the noise. And that then gives us the ability to tune in to other things that are going on around us that we maybe wouldn't be able to otherwise. Now, some people are very gifted at communing with spirits, and so they are not going to need to tune in the same way as other people would. But when we carry out meditation, we are allowing ourselves to be open to other experiences. Essentially, just imagine, this is the best analogy I can give, just imagine how hard it would be to hear someone whispering when you have 5 different radios, 2 music players, and a computer all playing music at the same time. It would be really, really difficult. Meditation essentially dims all of these down, and in many cases might turn a few of them off. When you only have a bit of music playing on a lower volume, you're more likely to hear the things that are going on outside of that, the whispering that someone wants to get your attention. So that's the goal here, is that we want to turn it down so we can hear other things. So in this instance, if you have no idea who you want to be communing with, you aren't already engaging in it, what you're probably going to want to do, and this is, okay, there's kind of 2 different ways that you can take this. And it is entirely going to depend on the level that you feel comfortable doing this at. So I really want to emphasize here, you do not need to jump to the more intense option. You can start with the simpler option. So the first way is kind of the simple option, is make sure you have protections, personal protections, something, sigils drawn on you, something. And then you're going to want to meditate in a space. But before you do that, you're going to want to either verbally or just in your own mind and energetically request that while you are in this space, that any spirit that wishes you well, that would like to commune with you, can step forwards. Then you enter into your meditative state and you see what comes through to you. Ideally, you're going to want to be setting a timer. You don't want to be in this for a long amount of time, 15, 20 minutes max to start off with. Well, not even to start off with, I'd say 15, 20 minutes max until you're fairly experienced with it, 5, 10 minutes to start off with. And you are going to want to, if you have your eyes closed, have your eyes closed. If you have your eyes open, that's fine too. But you're going to want to be looking out for things. So if your eyes are closed, it might be flashes of a certain colour. It might be images that you're seeing like behind your eyelids. It might be noises that you wouldn't normally be hearing and experiencing. It might be voices that are coming through to you, or it could be words that are coming into your mind, but you have no idea why that word is in your mind or that phrase is in your mind. And once that timer goes off, you come out of your meditation, you thank the spirits for their participation, you allow them to leave that space, and you write down everything that you experienced. If your eyes are open, you can do things in a similar way, but things might just be a bit different. So the colours still might be there, you might get different mental imagery coming through, you might have certain things like pictures, you might notice aspects of that picture being more prominent, kind of drawing your attention to it, posters, these kind of things. As mentioned, at the end, you thank the spirit, you release them from that space, you write it all down. If you want to feel extra secure, cast a circle that only permits entities that have positive intentions for you into that space, so that you can have kind of a clear line. And then once that working is done, you thank them, you release them from that circle, you lower that circle, you write down everything that you experienced. One way of doing it. Second way of doing it is much, much more intense. Perhaps more for my experienced practitioners. Compasses. Compasses are your friend with this, right? So you would gather yourself in whatever items you want to use, ideally pen, paper, you know the gist. Lay a compass. So I have an entire video on the difference between a compass and a circle. I don't know what that's called actually. Let me double check. It is called Circle Casting versus Compass Round. Different magic circles. When did I actually post this video? I don't know. Oh, not that long ago, only 2 years ago. That's not so bad. So that kind of gives you a definition of what the differences are. But the compass is an entryway. You are creating liminal space. And within that liminal space, you are opening up the compass directions. So we're talking north, south, east, west, but you're also talking above and below. And rather than limiting what is able to enter that space, like a circle, the compass round acts as a doorway between all of these directions. It's used a lot within traditional witchcraft. And when you're sitting at this central point of all of this liminal space, you can request that different energies, different elementals from the directions commune with you, as well as spirits from above and below. And you are essentially sitting in man-made liminal space. So if you aren't able to go to the edge of a forest or the beach, you are able to have man-made liminal space wherever you have access to, just a space where you feel comfortable to work. Exact same thing. Always have protection jewelry on. Sit, open yourself up to meditation, call in specific spirits that you would like to work with, do your meditation, thank those spirits, undo that the compass rounds, you want to unlay it, and then you want to write everything down. That is a lot more intense because you are sitting in liminal and you can have access to so many different things going on at once that it can be overwhelming. So I'd say maybe that one's better for my maybe more experienced practitioners. Now, there is an alternative way to carry out spirit communication through meditation. I did touch on it in my last video about meditation, but it is using meditation as a way of doing automatic writing. So automatic writing is where you relinquish control, shall we say. You allow yourself to be overwritten in your hand and your arm. Basically, you're allowing spirits to come through to you and dictate what you are doing with your hands. It's often done in meditation because it allows you to take a step back a little bit. You are dimming the noise and you are allowing other things to come forwards. And so you can call upon a deity, an ancestor, a guide, a spirit that you want to commune with, and request that they work through your hand during this meditation. Set a time limit on the meditation and basically just start doodling. Eyes closed, just doodling. Don't think about what you're doing. You're following a guided meditation. You're doing something else, you know? And then as time goes on, it's likely going to turn into random words, might turn into sentences. I know of practitioners who have written whole books using this technique, and they will just write and write and write and write and write and write and write, and it just goes with their guides and what they want to say. So that's another way of doing it for those who feel comfortable working like that. But generally speaking, I'd say sitting and having just a notebook and just observing things is probably the best starting point for the majority of people anyway. Let's have a look, see, where am I? I am... Oh, do you remember when I said that I knew it was gonna jump? Yes, it jumped. Okay, I'm gonna try and scroll my way up and figure out where I was. Oh, I really hope I haven't lost any. Okay, I don't think I've lost any. Whew, okay. That's promising. That's normally by now I've lost some, so this is good. Okay. So I have a spell jar, and I don't remember what it's for at all, but I do know that it needs to be charged. Can I still add more energy to it, or do I to do its job without remembering the intention? Yes. So, okay. So there's kind of a couple of ways that you can take this, and it's really going to depend on your style of practice. But I really want to emphasize here, one of the theories, practices, techniques in chaos magic. So the main thing that people probably know about chaos magic is sigil creation. A lot of what we see today in modern witchcraft about sigil creation comes directly from chaos magic. And that is where the idea of once you set your intention, then you don't think about it anymore. And that's the way sigils are created, basically, is the point is that you garble up your intention to the point where in some cases you don't even remember what the original phrase was. You don't remember what the original specific goal of it was. You just know that this symbol holds power, and that's all that's important. And that then is applied in many different styles of practice as well. The idea that you set it and forget it. You don't think about that working at all. You don't talk about it. You don't share anything about it. You set it, forget it. Some people find that works really, really well. Some people find that going back to their workings is better for them. It's less about which one's right and which one's wrong and more about which is better suited for you as an individual. But there is something to be said here about the fact that you're aware that something holds power. You are aware that something has been created and it holds value and it holds significance and it's able to do its job, but you don't know what that job is anymore. You then can't sabotage that working anymore because you no longer know what it was for. So you can't question it anymore because it's... You know it holds value, but you can't focus so much on the outcome that you negatively impact it anymore. So you can give it a try, you can charge it, totally fine to do that. See what happens, see what manifests, see what doesn't. You can, if you really want to, do some readings on it, see if anything comes through to you in dreams and the like, ask your guide, see if anything happens. But the fact that you know that it is important, give it a try, charge it. If you don't like it, you can always take the energy out of it again. It's not the end of the world if you end up not liking how it feels. Right, let's have a look, see. Where am I? What witchy ways can I better my sleep? I have meds, but is there some magical ways I can boost sleeping and staying asleep? I tend to wake up many times at night and early morning. So I'm going to massively open this one up to all of the chat because I'm not much use in this. I will say that it could be about setting an environment that has the energy for relaxation, calm, and an ease of sleep. So this could be working with crystals, something like amethyst, blue lace agate I often find has a quite calming influence on some people. It could be clear quartz, things that are quite peaceful, gentle energy. You might want to be using crystal grids for this, which are patterns that have been created to unify the energy of many crystals together into a singular energy. That could be useful to look up different kind of grids that you can find that people have created for this purpose specifically. I personally use I've forgotten the word, chamomile. Why did I forget the word chamomile? Chamomile, hops and lavender together in little sleep pillows, which goes under the pillow. But it is important to remember that these can impact medication and the like. Hops is a natural sedative, so it's important to be very, very careful if other things are being used alongside medication to make sure that you're okay. If it's being triggered by disturbances in sleep, so nightmares and the like, you can try hanging a hagstone from the bedpost. That's one technique for ridding yourself of nightmares. You know, there's loads of options, but I don't personally struggle massively with this, so I will leave this to the people in the chat who perhaps have a harder time with sleep. So what do we have here? We have valerian tea before bed, make protection crystal grids, leave a glass of salt water under your bed to absorb energy. I use an essential oil diffuser. These are comments, by the way. If you're just listening and you're not like watching the screen, I use an essential oil diffuser with lavender. I burn lavender incense before bed, small meditation before bed, CBD tea, sleepy time tea, have amethyst near a bed. Meditation for real is a great sleep aid, though it takes a bit of practice, and of course is really helpful along with the physical things. I suspect that more messages are going to come in, so if you do want to check that out, the chat will be available like after the stream as well. Right, I'm trying really hard not to sneeze, because when I sneeze, I'm going to peek the mic. Okay, we're fine. Oh dear. Right, let's have a look. Are you on TikTok? Technically, yes. Have I used it in years? No. So you can find me on TikTok _hearth_witch YouTube. The exact same _YouTube. What? _hearth_witch_ was what I was trying to say. The exact same as my Instagram, but I don't really like using TikTok. So I primarily use Instagram. Isn't CBD illegal? It depends on country to country. Here in the UK, you can get a lot of CBT products. CBD. I've forgotten what's what and what's where and what words is which. CBD. Am I getting cognitive behavioral therapy confused? Because that's CBT. Anyway, it depends on where you are. Here we can get a lot of like infused products that are very controlled. So you can get like gummies for it, you can get drops, you can get tea and things like that. It's very much going to depend on your country and what the rules and restrictions are. I just go into Holland and Barrett and I see them in there. So I'm assuming that that is fine because Holland and Barrett are selling them, and that's like a really big... I think they mean CBD. I think CBT is cognitive behavioral therapy, I think. I think that's all it's... I think... I'll be honest, my brain is so mushy today that I can't think straight. Right. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look. What do the spirits or gods and goddesses gain from having an altar? Is it necessary for them to work with you, or is it optional? Totally optional. You don't need to be you don't need to be setting up a dedicated space for them, but it can be very beneficial to have a location that is very centralized, and it gives a location where you can commune, you can do readings with them, you can do working specifically with them, which is useful if you have multiple different deities, but it's not necessary. So one thing that people often will resonate with, ultimately it depends on the deity in question, right? But if you were to be talking, say, about, say, the Greek pantheons, the Hellenic deities, they would often have temples, altars, shrines to them. And so it makes sense for them as individuals to be having altar spaces. Other deities would maybe not resonate so strongly with an altar space because that's not something that people have historically done for that particular deity. So ultimately it depends. Say, for instance, Gaia might be better spending time in nature and doing your workings in the natural world, whereas Aphrodite might be best to have a specific altar for. It's really going to be an individual thing. Bridget, for instance, once again pointing this way, candle magic is phenomenal because of the Bridget flame, which was kept alight for, I think many people still keep a Bridget's flame alive, but it was tended to by the priestesses of Bridget. And so flame magic, candle magic is really powerful when it comes to working with Bridget. So if I didn't have an altar, I would be using that instead as a way of resonating with them. For spirits, it depends on the individual spirit. Sometimes it's simply a localized place to leave offerings. So you would have a section of an altar or an entire altar that is dedicated to them. So it's an easy place to call for requests, give offerings and the like. But it's also in some cases reverence. Certain spirits, not all, but what they want is to be admired, to be adored. Like, certain spirits are wanting that over anything else. And so you'll often see, and if you've been on like forums, for instance, or you'll sometimes see it on Facebook and the like, certain people will, as a request from a spirit, share that spirit's name with other people. So you see this a lot with Saint Expedite. You'll see this a lot. You'll go into like forums and the comments will be filled with people thanking Saint Expedite. I believe that's who it is anyway. My as mentioned, brain is mush. And what that is it is in reverence to. So it is what the spirit has requested in return for their assistance. And that's kind of altar spaces. It is a space where they are being revered, and some spirits like that more than others. But you don't need an altar unless a specific spirit has very, very specifically requested something. Yeah, like Saint Expedite will very commonly request, I need you to share what I have done with other people. And so you'll commonly find people sharing what happened with Saint Expedite, their experiences, thanking them in any forum, any place that they can find, because that has been a very specific request. So unless a spirit has said, hey, I need an altar space, then you probably don't need one unless you want one. It's kind of a very individual, spirit by spirit, deity by deity, person by person thing. I just like them because it makes sense to me, because I have multiple deities, to have multiple altar spaces that are dedicated set spaces to different deities. I'm looking at myself in the viewfinder and my fringe is doing my head in, so sorry, I've got to try and fix it as best as I can. Right. Let's have a look-see. Where's am I? Let's have a look. I am here. Any recent book recommendations? No. Not because I haven't wanted to read, but because Cleo is still so little, I've not really... Ow, I just hit my ankle. I just kicked the table really hard. But because Cleo's so little, and every time I Google, I just read the word Google and then said it. Every time I try to read, she attempts to eat my book. So I kind of have to not read when she's awake. So I have to read when she's asleep. And she's tiny, and she doesn't like sleeping, and she throws a tantrum every time I put her to have a nap. It's like, you're in a bad mood, you need to have a nap, you keep trying to eat me. And you put her in her like, she's got like a little playpen thing, you put her in the playpen and she hates me for it. She's like, Mother, I don't want to sleep right now. So I've not really been able to read. All of my books have teeth marks in them. But the ones that I have kind of set out because I'm either trying to read them or I'm currently using them for reference material or research, mentioned earlier, Under the Bramble Arch by Corinne Boyer is my current, I need to actually legitimately finish this book. That's what I'm working on right now. I have then been reading bits and pieces from Cecil Williamson's book of Witchcraft. It is really interesting. I'm not reading it all the way through, though. I'm kind of like bouncing about, picking things, but an interesting read. What else am I kind of dabbling in? Oh yes, and the other one is this one. This is A New History of Witchcraft. I've never finished this one, so I feel like I really need to finish it. So these are all set out for me to read. Will I get round to it anytime soon? I don't know. Cleo is currently in her piranha stage. I will see if I can get a picture up that adequately shows the cuteness of Cleo for any of you who are watching. Let me see. I have so many pictures on my phone of her. Okay, she's fast asleep here. Can we see this? It might be a bit bright, it might be a bit blown out. But she's fast asleep, my little baby. My little baby. I told you, I am utterly and truly insufferable right now with her. She is just the cutest. She's the cutest little bean. She's so cute. But she's eating everything. So book reading is kind of a little on the back burner right now until she grows out of her, I'm not going to warn you when I'm going to pee, and I also might eat your face phase. Which could take a while. So let's have a look, see, where am I on here? I've recently moved house into a fairly new property. How would I attract fae and spirits? So this is one where it's really going to depend on where you live and the environment, and how would I best do this? So ideally you're going to want to be creating a space that is, okay, you know what my live streams are like if you've been here before. I think as I'm speaking, which sometimes doesn't always work. So what typically is going to have to be done has a tendency to attract other things too. So I want you to bear that in mind. So I would recommend protections first, because that way what happens next is going to be easier to deal with. So we're specifically attracting fae and spirits that I'm assuming for positive spirits and positive fae. So protections up first. You are really going to want to be creating a high energy environment. So all spirits that I have encountered anyway, are drawn to high energy. They're not always drawn to it for the same reason, but high energy is interesting. It's a little bit like if you were in a darkened room and all of a sudden one corner, a light turns on and you can see what's happening in that corner. You are then attracted to that light. Now, you might be attracted to that light to get rid of that light, to turn it off. You might be attracted to that light because you like the light. You might be attracted to the light because you like what the light illuminates. You might just fancy going over there, but you're still going towards the light, right? So different reasons, but you're still attracted to it. That's what energy is like with spirits. So you create a high energy environment, you are going to find spirits are drawn to it. The protection is important here though, because what you don't want is to create a high energy environment and then attract in a whole bunch of spirits that you don't want to be dealing with. And so that's important to take into consideration. That's just generally attracting spirits. If you want to attract fae, then you might want to be specifically giving offerings that are to attract certain types of fae. So this could be hearth offerings. So offerings of a little bit of bread and a little bit of milk, a little bit of honey, a little bit of milk, typically is traditional for hearth fae. So these would be things like brownies, the fae of the home. And that is a way of then further attracting the individual types of fae that you would like to attract, or the individual types of spirits. So you might want to be including offerings that are particularly targeted towards a type of spirit or fae that you want to be working with, whilst also creating an appealing high energy environment. But with that, as mentioned, you got to be careful, because while you might attract the fae, you might also attract a whole bunch of other spirits that you might not want to be dealing with. So how do you make a servitor a long-term servitor? So with this, it's about giving it a consistent energy source. So a servitor can fade out for one of two main reasons. You've either created a deadline for that servitor. So you've said, I need you to be doing this before this date, and then after this date, you cease to exist. You essentially build in a self-destruct so that you aren't then dealing with that servitor afterwards. Alternatively, servitors can disappear and die because you have either decided to break them down manually or they have run out of energy. Now, it's important to remember that some servitors, when they run out of energy, they won't disappear. They just become a menace and get it from other places. But if you want a long-term servitor, you don't break them down manually. You don't include a self-destruct time limit, and you maintain a consistent food source. So that could be energy from the environment. That could be energy that you are giving on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. This could be leftover energy from that space that you are allowing them to consume. This could be seasonal energy. This could be like solar energy, lunar energy that is cyclical in nature that they are feeding off. You are essentially giving them an accessible source of nutrients, basically, that needs to be consistent, because if it isn't consistent, then they're not going to be able to maintain themselves, and you will find that they sort of fade out over time. Right, let's have a look, see. I sometimes see small blue lights around a particular person in my family. There's nothing wrong with my eyes or health. It's just that one person. What do you think it might be? Oh, okay, so there's kind of a couple of things that I'm immediately drawn to here. So you could be seeing their energy field. So you could be seeing energy that is attached onto their energy field or the energy field itself. This, though, maybe less so if they're the only person that you can see anything with. So if you can't see the aura of anybody else, then maybe not. You could be seeing spirits that are either working with or working on that person. So that could be spirits that they have. It could also be spirits that have attached onto them. And that's what you're seeing. It's an unusual one, though, because usually if they're spirits, that means that they are either unaware that you are able to see them, or it could be that they are aware that you can see them and they're doing it for a reason. There's a really interesting one, though, because when I think of small blue orbs, I think of will-o-wisps. But will-o-wisps are typically individual. They usually don't latch onto people, and they're usually in wild areas. They're less likely to be attached onto a person. They're more likely to just be found in woodlands or in bogs. It's a very unusual one. I'm perhaps leaning towards something in their energy field that is being picked up on here that is particularly bright, that's drawing your eye in. Right, let's have a look-see. Do you have any books or video recommendations on numerology? Oh, the thing is, I do. And the problem is, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to remember what it is. Let me see if I can find when I purchased the book. Here we go. Okay, this is the book that I really like on numerology. Now, it's not going to be, like, perfect for everybody, but this is The Complete Book of Numerology by David A. Phillips, PhD. So this is what it says about it. To the conventional scientist, numbers are merely symbols of comparative quantities, but in the broader metaphysical sense, they assume a deeper, more profound significance. The Complete Book of Numerology reveals the underlying meaning of the numbers in your life and enables you to understand the connection between your numerological patterns and your degree of abundance, health, and general well-being. Overall, delving into the world of numbers will provide you with a simple and accurate way to decipher your experiences in the same manner that a roadmap helps you to navigate a route that you haven't previously travelled. That's the one that I've got. I really liked that one. I like the way it's written. And so that's kind of where I lie on the numerology. But there are so many books out there that if you want something that is maybe a little bit less like a roadmap to life and you want something different, there are thousands of books out there. So if anybody else has any recommendations for numerology books, do let us know down in the chat or in the comment section if you're watching this back afterwards. I will probably have to do a video though on numerology, like basic, like start to numerology, if that's something that people would want. And then we can sort of build it up from there. But I think we have to start with like a foundation. So yeah, definitely one where you're gonna get people from different perspectives, because some people much prefer the numerology that is a little bit more sciencey, like astrology numerology, and then some people are very much more numerology. I don't want to say anti-science because that's not what I mean. But you get some people that come from a very science-based perspective, and you get some people that don't. And where you fall on that is not a determining factor on whether you're anti-science or not. That's not what I meant. It's just that some people are going to resonate more with the sciencey format than other people. And so hopefully other people will have other suggestions than this one, because this one might not be for everything. Or everybody, should I say. Right. Where was I? I am somewhere. When on your journey did you come up with Hearth Witch? So I had kind of been feeling sort of separate from my style of craft in about, when would it have been? 2014, maybe 2014, 2015. I had been a Wiccan witch. I had been a green witch. I've been an elemental witch. I've been a sea witch. I've been a storm witch. At this point, I was very heavily in the storm witch aspect, but I was really struggling with it because I live in England and I can't even remember the last time it thundered, actually, at all. Besides 2020, it thundered loads. I can't really even remember the last time it thundered, or at least thundered long enough for me to be able to do magical work. And so I just felt totally distant from my magical practice. I felt like I couldn't practice because the one thing I relied on so heavily for my craft was thunder and lightning and that kind of electrical storm energy, and I didn't have access to it. I have a bottle of storm water that I still have, and I would rely on using that, and it wasn't enough, and I just didn't feel great about it. And I remember I went to a convention with my then partner, who was also a witch, and we bought a book. We bought one copy, and it wasn't mine. I read it, but I didn't keep it. It was actually his copy of Hearth Witch from Anna Franklin, who was at the event there selling her book. She still does it now. You can still see her events. I saw an event a couple months ago where she had all of her books there, and we spoke to her, and she was so knowledgeable and she was so engaged in what she was talking about, and we got a copy of Hearth Witch, which is the first of Anna Franklin's Hearth Witch book series. I think it's the first one anyway. And so we shared this copy of the book, but it was never mine. It was always his. And so he read it and I read it, and I resonated so strongly with what Anna Franklin had written. She is the first person, as far as I'm aware, to have coined the term Hearth Witch. And she was speaking about her style of practice, and it resonated with me so strongly that I started practicing more of a Hearth Witch path. And then because I was already on social media, I changed my usernames from just like the random collection of usernames that I had to Hearth Witch. And so I started posting under Hearth Witch. And then obviously that turned into like a YouTube channel, and then now we're here. But that's really how I ended up with it, is sheer luck. Because if I hadn't have gone to that particular convention on that particular day with that particular person, I would have never met Anna Franklin and had an amazing interaction with her and got her incredible book. And I now have a copy of that book myself from her that I just, it's one of those books that I will always love because it has that connection, because it was just sheer dumb luck that all of this lined up and I was able to do it. So Anna Franklin has written many books, thankfully many of which I have in my collection. The books that I specifically am referring to is the original Hearth Witch. So it is Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin. The business of the home rotates around the hearth. It is the place where people meet to cook, eat, and talk together. It is the traditional place to house the shrine of the goddess of fire and the guardian and the guardian genus of the dwelling, tended by the woman of the house as domestic priestess. So you can get it from, it was published in 2004. Let me have a look at this link. So you can still get it on Amazon as a Kindle edition. She sells them in person if you're lucky enough to go to the events. So it is it's a painting really of Anna Franklin with beautiful red hair and a green dress by a cauldron with green fields and blue sky behind her. That's the first one. She has then written probably some of the most famous Hearth Witch books out there. So she's written the Hearth Witch Compendium. She's also written a book on familiars, which I'm lucky enough to have in my collection, as well as many, many, many books. But the Hearth Witch Companion is probably the most famous one that she has done that you can still get easily today. But Hearth Witch, the original one, is the one that I got and just fell in love with it completely and utterly. And I'm very grateful I was able to hear her speak actually at one of my most recent shows that I attended. And she's just so passionate about what she does, and she's so knowledgeable that I will always be grateful to her for driving me towards the Hearth Witch path, because I definitely would not have found it without her. Like, it just wouldn't have happened. I'd probably still be floating around doing some like random eclectic stuff that I didn't really resonate with if it weren't for that particular day. Right, anyway, I will get back to what we were talking about. Do you know anything about working with living plants in your practices? Everything I see uses dried herbs. I'd like to incorporate my houseplants, but I'm not sure where to start. Oh, okay. I have a video for you. And it might seem not quite in line, but it's called Tree Spirits, How to Connect. Now, while in that video, I am talking about tree spirits, you can apply the majority of the content to any other plant out there. So what we're going to want to be doing is forming a connection with the plant spirit, which is what that video is all about. And once you've formed a connection with that plant spirit, you can then call on them in your spells and rituals, take a small part of that plant, a leaf, a flower, with their permission, call upon the energy of that individual plant or the collective energy to then fuel your workings. And I use it all of the time. It is the majority of the way that I use plants in my magical practice. The dried aspect is simply for ease. The majority of the time what I'm working with is the particular spirit of that plant, and that's really what you're probably going to want to be focusing on in this. So that video I would recommend. I know I'm just plugging my own videos at this point, but it's called Tree Spirits, How to Connect, and I think that one could be beneficial if that's something that you want to be going towards, is that connecting with plant spirits. Let's have a look, see. Where am I? I'm here. Oh, okay. I don't have one for this myself, but I would love to know if any of you in the chat or in the comments have as well, which is, do you have any recommendations for books on ancient Greek and Hellenic-based spell work? So the only thing that I know of that's coming out soon, it's already out for a lot of people, is Witchcraft, which is a new book by Crossed Crow Books. But that is a highly adapted version to a modern practice. I don't know of any that focus specifically on ancient Greek spell work. So if anybody does have any recommendations, please put them in the chat, because I would love to know as well. Have you ever tried Tarot de Marseille? Or I never know how to say that. I haven't, but it's one that I'm very, very interested in diving into and trying. At the minute, I'm very stuck in my ways for, I like my Rider-Waite-Smith, and that is what I tend to stick with. But I'm sure that one day I'll start branching out into other things as well. I'm trying Lenormand a little bit, and maybe that'll be the next thing that I go down. Maybe. We'll see if I have time. I keep forgetting that I need to be doing other things. I get so stuck in like my own little, this works, so I keep doing it ways. Are you allergic to angels? I would love to know somebody who is allergic to angels. I think that would be really interesting. No. At least not that I'm aware of. Can you imagine being allergic to angels? That would be very interesting. Like being allergic to cats. The minute one of them comes by, you just start randomly sneezing and you have absolutely no idea why, and you're confused for your entire life as to why you're seemingly allergic to nothing, and it turns out the entire time you've been allergic to angels. That could actually be a book. If anybody wants to take that, there you go. There's a story idea. I think that could be quite cool. Let's have a look. Can you adapt Wiccan books into your practice if you're not Wiccan? Yes, because Wiccan books take pre-existing practice and adapt them to be Wiccan. And that's like it's going to be like a massive unpopular opinion, but how do I word this in the best way possible? There is no evidence to show that there has been a continuous, unbroken line of practitioners who practice the same thing for thousands of years. Right? There's no evidence for it. There is lots of evidence of people carrying out magical practice, but it doesn't stay the same for tens of thousands of years. And so Wicca, as we see it today, is based on pre-existing tradition, but it in itself isn't thousands of years old. A lot of the idea of that comes from the work of Margaret Murray, who believed that there was a continuous witch cult that went back through thousands of years unchanged, and that was the history of Wicca going back through time. That has now been proven to not be accurate. What we actually see is that witchcraft is adapted and changed, sometimes, most of the time, it's not called witchcraft, to suit the belief systems of the populace at the time. So we will see it be pagan, we will see it be Christian, we then see it become Wiccan, and now it is kind of a very large collection of different belief systems. So the books on Wicca are taking pre-existing practices, belief systems, and they are adapting it into Wicca. And what we have to do now, because the majority of books that were published from the 1950s well into the mid-2010s even, are heavily infused with Wicca. And so as individuals, we have to kind of unpick it from that Wiccan belief system to take it back to something that we then resonate with that doesn't contain the Wiccan aspects. And so you'll often find that there are practices where you can trace a version of it back, and it may well, as I often say on streams and in videos, it may well have been Father, Son and the Holy Ghost has then been adapted to be so mote it be, and then we can adapt it again into being something else. Magical practice is so ever changing and adaptable that I think it's really good to learn things from Wiccan books and change them. I don't think you'll ever find a book, I don't think you'll ever consistently find books that perfectly line up with your belief system. Instead, it's about taking what we can, taking what we need, and leaving the aspects that are perhaps outdated, that are perhaps not of your belief system, and making them fit, sort of like how we do with historical practices. We adapt them into a modern style of practice. And it was just that during the 1950s to the really 2010s, but especially the 90s to the 2000s, everything was Wiccan based. I mean, I can pick up many of the books in my collection are from the 1980s to the 2010s. You'll often find that the majority of them will talk about the threefold law. A lot of them will talk about do as you will, so mote it be, the god and the goddess, the rule of three, these kind of things. And you just sort of read around it. The reason I say unpopular opinion is less that that's not what scientific and historical evidence is looking at, and more that you will commonly find that there are very, very steadfast individuals in the magical community who will not accept that witchcraft was ever seen as being bad or evil. They will never accept that witchcraft can include the devil. They will never accept that cursing is performed, and they will never accept that Wicca is not a historical, thousands of years old belief system. I've met many of them myself, and so it's, for those people, a very unpopular opinion, because they truly 1,000% are unshakable on their belief that 10,000 years ago people were practicing Wicca. But we have no evidence of that. We have lots of evidence of magical practice. We have no evidence of Wicca. And so that's mostly what I'm saying when I say unpopular opinion, because I know that there are many, many people who've spoken to me that I've had engagement with who you can give them all of the evidence on earth to say that cave people were not practicing modern Wicca from the 1950s, and they will tell you that you're wrong. And that's totally up to them. You know, everybody's free to believe what they want. But the idea of an unbroken, unchanged line of practice, it's good. It's like trying to have a game of telephone. Like a game of telephone over 10,000 years. Like there's no way that we have an unchanged, unbroken line of practice, because for most of that time people weren't documenting anything. Everything was done via oral practice. Everything was done individually among groups of people. There's just no way that around the entire world we see modern 1950s Wicca being performed by cave people. It wasn't done. And so the ability to adapt, I think, is one of our greatest strengths within witchcraft. It's where really the resurgence in the popularity of folk magic, of traditional witchcraft has come from, because it's this idea that magic is far more adaptable and that magic can be very unique to location. Wicca almost unified the entirety of magical practice into one thing, and it took so many aspects of different practices and different traditions, and then it sort of pretended as though those pre-existing traditions didn't exist. And so many people now are starting to reclaim their cultural practice, their regional practices, even their family practices. And they draw on Wicca as like a base for how they learned, because it's how the majority of us were brought into witchcraft, is through the lens of Wicca. And now they're adapting it to fit the cultural, regional, or familial practices that have almost gotten lost in the sea of Wicca. Now, I really want to emphasize here, that's not me saying that I don't like Wicca, because every time I get somebody in my DMs telling me that I'm a Wicca hater, I'm not a Wicca hater. I just want people to be realistic about Wicca and decide for themselves whether that's something that they want to include in their practice or not. And so it's just to kind of round up this point, you will be very, very hard pressed to find a book that doesn't have some influence of Wicca in it, that has been written post-Wiccan popularity. Because the majority of people, myself included, who have learned even inadvertently through a Wiccan lens, are always going to have little influences of Wicca in your practice, even if you don't intend for it to be there. And it is something that we sort of have to weave our way around and kind of sift out if that's what you want to do. Right. Do you know of any good books or internet sites for sea magic? Hang on. Let me see if I can find the book. I have zero willpower to get up and search my bookshelf. So I am going to see if this book is still available in the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic shop. Let's see. Is it? Let's have a look, because I got it from there and it was a really interesting book. Let's see if it's still available. Is it? Is it? Please. It's called, here we go, it's called The Sea Witch's Companion. This book introduces sea witchcraft and its magical and spiritual practices and techniques. It discusses the history, mythology, and importance of the goddess of the moon and tides, as well as gods of the sea. It provides an overview of the folklore, traditional magic, and folk customs of the sea and coastal communities, and introduces rites that celebrate the moon, the tides, and the seasons of the sea. Providing instructions on making sea spells and magical craft projects, it introduces a deeper aspect of occultism and the sea, meditation, dream work, transformational group rites, and tarot in association with the sea. So that's the one that I have, and I think I really enjoyed it. I know that other people, this is why I'm rereading all of my books that I have in my collection, because I forget what I really liked and what I didn't. But I know that other people really enjoyed that one. So that could be an option. You can get it from the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic if you're in the UK, or if you're going there like in person. And I'm sure you can get it from lots of other places as well. But that's one that I do enjoy, or at least I'm pretty certain that I remember enjoying them. Now, when I read books, I rate them. so that I remember what I liked and what I didn't. I didn't rate that one, so I really need to go back and do it. Right, where am I? I am here. Okay. Oh, yes. Wait. Oh, there's so many good questions in a row. Oh, okay. Let's have a look. How can I strengthen my practice as somebody who draws energy from humanity rather than a deity? I have questions. Are we talking humanity like from people, or are we talking humanity like from collective bodies of people? Because obviously that's really going to depend, because what I wouldn't suggest people do is draw energy from people who don't know that that's what you're doing, because that can kind of get kind of tricky and people can start getting ill and stuff from that. My nose, it's the middle bit, it's so itchy. I might be slightly allergic to dogs. So this is my life now, is that I'm slightly allergic to dogs and I just have to deal with it. So with this, I would say you might want to work more in group spaces and environments, because that way you can draw on the energy of a large number of people. They're all there, they all know what's going on, they all know why they're there and what they're doing, and that's a good way of kind of having the best of both worlds with that situation. But then I would also recommend raising personal energy, drawing it from the earth, like subsidizing that energy from other sources. So rather than removing your use of that energy, instead you're bolstering it with other things just to kind of increase the flexibility of it. Right, let's see. So could a servitor be used to help limit depression alongside therapy and medication and stuff? Now, I am of course going to re-emphasize that they should not be used as a substitute for any of these things. But in theory, yes, because you can create a servitor that is essentially increasing positive energy in that space and improving the things in your life that you need to be improving. And they're also potentially feeding on that negative, low, I don't really want to say low vibration energy, but it's different. It's a different kind of energy that is often experienced by people who do really struggle with depression. And so you can sort of have a servitor that feeds on one and boosts the other, and eventually they end up kind of pushing it down and down and down and down and down until they end up no longer existing anymore because they're no longer needed. So I would say alongside, maybe, but not as a replacement of. But I'm sure that 99% of you already know that. So let's have a look, see if I can find this elsewhere. I'm just seeing if I can find this book anywhere that isn't from the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic. Right. See if I can find it. While I don't typically like Amazon for these things, I know that a lot of the times people don't have much of a choice on the matter. But some of the books that I really enjoy, the problem I have is that they are often quite regional and they're a little bit harder to find in other places. Yeah, so you can get it. You can get it on Amazon if you needed to, and you can't find it anywhere else. It's called The Sea Witch's Companion: Practical Magic of Moons and Tides by Lavanna Morgan. Yeah. So I managed to find it here. I'm not sure if that is maybe changed because of where I am, and because that changes search results, but I can find it on my version of Amazon in America, which I do believe looks slightly different, but that is an option. Right, see. Where was I? Why did I just sort of turn into Gollum then for a minute? I don't know. I turned into Yoda the other day. I feel like I'm just cycling through small fantasy-based characters. Okay. Kind of a morbid question, but would car accident locations with markers be similar to graves? Yes. I was wondering if people communicate with those spirits and take dirt for graveyard dirt. Yes. So it can certainly be, especially for spirit communication. They would be highly enhanced locations because of the energy in that place. It would be different than grave dirt, which would be dirt that is specifically taken from the grave of an individual. Instead, this would be a high energy location that could be used as a tag lock for communicating with a spirit of a person associated with that location. Okay, do you know of any good books or resources on Bridget? I read a book a while ago but ended up being more hesitant. So, let me have a look, see if I can find the book that I really have enjoyed. So, I've heard good things about this one. I've read this one. Let me just check, see. See, I'm turning into blooming Gollum. Why do I keep adding letters to words that don't have letters? My precious is going to be what I'm going to start doing next. Let's have a look, see. So, I can't find... Did Christopher Hughes do one? Did Christopher Hughes do one? Did I make up the fact that Christopher Hughes did a book on Bridget? Wait. I might have just imagined that completely. Wait. I think I totally imagined it. Wait, did I totally imagine that? There's a book that looks really similar to a book by Christopher Hughes that is on Bridget. I'm sure. Anyway, the ones that I have heard good things about are Tending Bridget's Flame, Awaken to the Celtic Goddess of Hearth, Temple and Forge by Linnea Weatherstone. I've not read that one personally, but I have heard really good things about it. The one I have read personally is the book by Pagan Portals. This is Bridget Meeting the Celtic Goddess of Poetry, Forge and Healing Well by Morgan Dharma. That one I have really enjoyed, thought that was really, really good. There is one book that I would say, please avoid like the plague, is the one by Mary Silver. I keep being recommended that book as one that I would like if I liked all of the others. I would personally avoid that one, but I would recommend those two because I've heard really good things about one and I've personally read the other and did really enjoy it. There is one though. Your fingers are not as fast as your brain and it adds more letters. Honestly, probably. Yeah. That's my brain is usually too fast for my own good and I have a tendency to merge words together consistently. I'm so confused about this. Watch Christopher Hughes come out with a book on Bridget in like a couple of years' time, and I've just like preemptively predicted this book. Why was I so sure? I know he did one on Ceridwen because I have it and it is phenomenal. Christopher Hughes is an incredible author, by the way, and an incredible public speaker. He's done From the Cauldron Born, which is exploring the magic of Welsh legend and lore. That's a really good book. He's done The Book of Celtic Magic, Transformative Teachings from the Cauldron of Arwen. That one's really good. His new book on Ariane Rod is coming out in a couple of weeks' time. That looks really good. Ceridwen, the Celtic Goddess of Inspiration, that's really good. Like, he's a really, really phenomenal author. If you like the work of Mara Starling, if you like Welsh witchcraft, Christopher Hughes also discusses a lot of Welsh mythology and witchcraft and it's really, 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 really good. So yes, it's gonna come to me in like a dream probably. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and be like, oh my god, I remember what the name of the book is. But I will have to I'll have to keep looking and see if I can figure out which book it is. But hopefully those 2 Bridget books are something that might help in this situation. Let's have a look, see. Where else am I? At that bomb. Okay, how can I lift an energy block from a house? The house is a dead zone that blocks accessing energy. Ridiculous analogy, but it's like Superman can't access his powers in a kryptonite vault. Okay, so this one is going to be a case of figuring out the source of the issue. And this could be kind of hard to do. So you have a few potential options here. Now, obviously, I don't know the source of this, so I'm just going to throw some options out there. It's going to depend on what you know about the history of the location, the history of the property itself, all that kind of stuff. So, option 1 is you might have a property that has previously been owned by a practitioner that used a lot of very heavy protections. And there may well be longer term things going on, like servitors, that are continuing to suppress the energy in that place as a way of limiting the risk to those protections. This is unusual, but it's not unheard of. After all, do you have measures put in place for when you're no longer around what happens to your spells? Most people don't, unless they have a coven that they can turn to for these kind of things. And so sometimes it happens. We see it with servitors, we see it with wayward spells. If things have been placed on a property for long periods of time, it can influence people going forwards. So you might find that there's something there that has been there for a long time to limit the energy. You might find that that has been done for a reason. So we're talking highly negative energy on the land. We are talking entities that are unwanted. We are talking ley lines, crossings of ley lines where the energy is so high that dampeners have been placed on a location specifically for that reason. So besides the idea of it being a practitioner, there could be things that have happened on the land that are limiting the energy. This could be highly traumatic events, wars, mass deaths, mass graves, these kind of things, where it's almost like not only did people cease to exist, but energy sort of did too. Like, it just killed everything around it, even the energy of a particular place. So that's kind of option 2. This is going to involve knowing sort of the history of a location, but you can also do divination on this as well. Option 3 is one that I have personally experienced. The others I have anecdotally understood. Is if there is an entity in that environment that is limiting what is going on in that space. So we are talking very strong alien energy. Now, that's not me saying aliens, UFOs. That's me saying alien, like invasive. Like it's an entity, it's a spirit that does not belong in that location. They are somewhere where they wouldn't normally be. And when this happens, it can really upset the energy of a space. I personally had this happen with a woodland. I've spoken about this before. There was this one particular woodland by where I used to live growing up, and it had really great energy. I'd go there all the time. I'd interact with the trees. I'd interact with the spirits and the fae that were there. And then there was this 1-2 year period maybe where I would go up and it was empty. And I mean empty, like void empty. Like there was no energy there. There were no birds. There was no energy. It was just dead. And that was because of a spirit. I'm still kind of torn whether it was like an elemental type spirit or a demonic type spirit, because the energy was really, really strange, that shouldn't have been there. And as soon as they left, the energy raised back up again. And so it could be worth checking out whether there's something there that there shouldn't be, whether there's a spirit in that space that is themselves dampening that energy because of their energy, or simply because they shouldn't be in that location. There might be something in the property that is limiting that energy. So this could be, as mentioned with the idea of somebody adding in protections, this could be something that is still residing in the house that is offering protective energy. And ironically, some of this is done by people who practiced witchcraft or a version of it in the past. So you're looking at foundation offerings. We're talking about things in walls. We're talking about things up chimneys, things carved into walls if it's an old property. Can limit the energy in that space simply by being there, because their purpose was to protect a property for as long as it resided, and it still resides, and so it's still protecting, maybe not as strongly as it once did, but it's still present and you're still experiencing that. Once you get past those things though, it becomes kind of strange. So you could be talking about even a high energy zone where it's disrupting all of that energy that you're trying to work with, so nothing is coming through the way that it should be. It could be that it's a psychological thing where it is less, say, the energy on that space and more how your energy perceives that space. But it's a very odd situation to be in. Like, it's a very, very strange place. And so it's about maybe doing divination, doing some dowsing perhaps even, to figure out if you have any ley lines, looking at some ley line maps, and seeing if you can figure out the cause of it. The cause might be inwards. It might be something about the place that is limiting your ability in that location. It could be worth bringing somebody else in who is able to work with energy to see if they feel the same way. If they feel the same way, then it's going to be less of a personal block and more of a location-based thing. It's a very unusual situation though, so I would definitely recommend divination to see if you can figure out a cause, because I would really love to know. And if you figure it out, feel free to come back and let us know, because I'm very, very interested. Very, because what an odd situation to be in. But yet, so many options. There's almost really too many options to recount them all in one go. Right. When you create a servitor, do they become sentient? Yes. And the older they are, the more sentient they become. So a really young servitor, we're talking like a couple of hours, couple of days, they don't really have much wherewithal. Is that just that might just be a very, very English turn of phrase. They don't have much to them, much substance. There's not much going on there. They are programmed to do a job, and that is the job that they will do. The older a servitor gets, the more rambunctious, the more talk back, the more personality that servitor is going to develop over time. And so servitors that are several years, several decades old have their own personality, their own life. They develop more sentience as they age, because they're gaining more experience of the world. Just imagine you are dealing with something that has no life experience, and so as they build that life experience, they develop more sentience. Right. I'm here somewhere. I'm a beginner witch, and I want to know if you have any recommendations for beginner witches. Oh, I have a video on books specifically for beginner witches. I also have a playlist called Beginner Witchcraft or Witchcraft 101, something like that, that covers a range of the practices that I find to be fundamental to a really well-rounded and successful magical practice. Take it slow, build your foundations up. So I would recommend covering the foundational practices, these being things like meditation, visualization, centering, grounding, energy sensing, and energy manipulation, and then building it up from there. And that's where that playlist of videos really comes from. So I know that that's not super helpful in this video, but those foundational practices are so broad that I think those dedicated videos are a much better source of information than me just kind of word vomiting briefly now. So that playlist is available on my channel, and I have a bunch of videos that I would recommend, including books for beginner witches, choosing spell techniques, how to power spells, you know, all of the things that I perceive as personally being really, really significant. So let's have a look, see. I will warn everybody though, if you're going to look at that playlist, it's old and I am questionably styled. So if you are expecting the bog witch aesthetic that you see today, you're not going to find it. You're going to find a very chaotic me from about 7 years ago. But the information I still use today, I still teach today, I will still readily share it because I stand by those videos, because that's how I was taught once I learned I needed those foundational practices, and I will go back to those again and again and again. I really should remake them, to be honest, but those videos have done so well that I don't have the heart to do it. Right, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay, I haven't read this one actually, so I'd love to know other people's thoughts on this. Have you read David Conway's Magic, an Occult Primer? Any thoughts? I have mixed feelings so far. What are your favourite advanced magical theory books? So let me just double check that I haven't read this. An Occult Primer. Wait, hang on a minute. Oh, I've got to peel myself off the seat. I'm stuck to the seat. Wait, okay, hang on. Hang on a minute. Why does that look so familiar? That looks so familiar. Do I have that? Oh, I'm realizing you can't see me. Hello, I am back here. I just want to double check. I think I might legitimately have that. I don't think I've read it yet though. Oh, I think I'm sure. Okay, I'm pretty certain that I have that book. I just don't know what I've done with it. Is it down here? No. I'm pretty certain that I have it. Okay, so what I will do, I will see if I can find that book, because that looks so familiar to me. Did I get this accidentally from a secondhand bookshop? And it's probably in my secondhand bookshop pile. Okay, I'm gonna have to go digging for this at some point. I haven't read it yet. Let me know, everybody, what you all think about it. If you enjoyed the book, if you didn't. I'm gonna have to check that out later though. I have a pile, you can't even see it, down here, that is like all of the secondhand books that I've gotten fairly recently. I think that might be one of them, and so I'll have to check it out. I'm considering reading Modern Magic by Donald Michael Craig. It's certainly a dense read. So brace yourself for that. There's a lot going into that one. Right. Let's have a look. See, I'm desperate to keep searching for that book now, but I can't. I'm doing a live stream. I can't I can't keep looking. Okay, I have to just get back to to what I'm doing, otherwise I will get sucked in. Oh, in terms of advanced magical theory books, I have found very, very few that I personally really like, and I think it's because what you will often find, or at least what I have often found, is that advanced theory books for witchcraft are very ceremonial in nature, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I just am not a ceremonial magician. I don't really practice heavily ceremonial magic. I mostly focus on the folk magic and the traditional witchcraft. And so for me, I think that I take the beginner stuff, I add in some kind of transitional stuff, and then I just adapt it. And that becomes then my advanced practice, because I've taken those beginner principles and through trial and error and sheer dumb luck half the time, have found something that really, really resonates with me. And so that's kind of how I end up where I am. Props to anybody, though, who finds really, really good advanced books on topics, especially things like advanced theory, because I've always found them to be very ceremonial heavy. But I'm so frustrated about it, because I'm sure I have that book in my collection somewhere. It wouldn't surprise me. It actually wouldn't surprise me. Okay, let me have a look. See, yeah, what I'll do is I'll have to see if I can find it, and then I'll have to read it, and then I'll have to come back and share my thoughts. Let's have a look. See. Yeah, this is one where you're never going to find one that is good. I'm going to be honest. You're never going to find one that's good, because everybody is individual. Sorry, I didn't read the question. I got ahead of myself. Could you recommend or suggest more in-depth resources about familiars? Because the books you recommended are okay, but more for beginners. And that's because you are never going to find, in my experience, a decent book that is for advanced practitioners on familiars, because usually by the time you get to that point, you already have your own technique, you already know what works, and it's usually very individual to the person. Or if you already have a familiar that is your, say, spirit familiar, you're probably not doing further research to then write a book on the topic. So I found that the majority of books on familiars that I have read, I really like the one from Raven Gramassi, but it's very much like a primer book on familiars. It's the stage before the trial and error stage. And I have yet to find one that I like that is like more advanced, because the majority of the time, without that trial and error stage, it's really kind of difficult. And it relies on people also knowing how to journey, potentially how to astral project, how to commune and engage with spirits. And then they become kind of separate books in themselves. And this is where I find that advanced books are really tricky. As is said here, most advanced books are specific to a particular tradition, totally. And they contain a lot of, you have to know this in order to do this. But this book doesn't talk about this. So you have to find a book that talks about this. So you're kind of like ricocheting around, because it's like, oh, in order to do this, I need to know how to do this. But this author doesn't teach me how to do this. So I now have to find another reliable book that teaches this. But then this book relies on me knowing this. But this book doesn't teach this. And so you end up like ricocheting around. My familiars information comes from personal practice, trial and error, and just a lot of anecdotal first-hand, second-hand accounts from other people that I know personally. That's kind of how I've built my knowledge on familiars. And I find that tends to be how it goes once you get to that like advanced stage. Oh, while I'm here, thank you so much to Nicole, and thank you so much to Megan. Thank you so much. So, while I'm here, I'll do this because I think it'll get lost otherwise. What is the difference between a familiar and a servitor? So, a servitor is a man-made spirit. So it is energy that you have raised, that is your own, that you create a form with, that becomes a servitor. Servitor can do many, many different jobs, but they can be a familiar. A familiar in the spiritual sense, not in the my cat is a familiar, my rabbit is a familiar. In a spiritual sense, is a spirit that you have entered into a contract with or agreement with to be a spiritual companion and aid. So they get something out of it, you get something out of it. They work in the spiritual plane while you work in the physical plane to help improve your magical practice and ability. Skill, you can gain information, knowledge, they can help energetically, they can commune with other spirits on your behalf, and the like. Familiars are typically external spirits to yourself. So they are a spirit that already exists separately from you, that you enter into a contract with. In some cases, they are a servitor that fulfills the role of a familiar. I hope that makes sense. I hope. But that is kind of where I fall with the familiar thing. Many people consider physical animals to be familiars, but they're sort of familiars in a different sense. They're more magical animal assistants rather than the classical and traditional familiar. But there's definitely crossover there. So you can have a servitor that is a familiar. But what you will often find is most books on familiars will be talking about animals rather than spirits. It's just where you fall on that line. Different people are going to draw the line in different places. Right, Shadowlands Radio, thank you so much. And I really, really hope that you enjoy the books. I hope so, because it could open up like an entire craft for you that's like an amazing thing. I love to see witchcraft. At least I'm pretty certain that we're talking about sea witchcraft. I'm pretty certain those are the books we're talking. I'll be honest, my brain is mush. I should be in bed right now, honestly. That's how I'm a night person. And I have been reduced to going to bed before midnight so that I am not so sleep deprived I cannot function. So my world has been turned upside down recently. So my brain is mush. Right, let's have a look. See. Let's have a look. Where am I? I am... Okay. Would you recommend cleansing items that are vintage which are brought into the home? Only if you don't feel comfortable in your energy sensing abilities, you have a higher risk of that item having attachments on it, or you have sensed something on it that you don't want to be on it. So for instance, for option 1, it would be if you don't feel as though you can sense energy well enough to sense it thoroughly. And because you can't sense the energy thoroughly, then you end up feeling as though you might be missing something, you might not have got everything. And so therefore you might feel uncomfortable bringing that into your space without further cleansing it. Option 2 would be knives, weaponry of any kind, mirrors, where you feel as though there's something that could likely be attached onto it. Objects that are associated strongly with spirit attachments, like dolls. If you don't want a haunted doll, if you aren't certain, then giving something like that a cleanse is a good idea. Or if you feel something on that object that just doesn't feel right, you still want the object, it doesn't feel right, give it a cleanse then. Otherwise, I don't bother. Mostly because I know how to deal with it if it goes wrong. If you don't, cleansing is always a really good option. Yes, I'll be at the Nottingham Market this year, Amanda. I'm just saying that now before I forget it. I will be going to that one. I have a few events coming up this year. I'm going to try and put them on the website if I remember. I don't think I have that many left. I think I have 2 events left this year, and the Nottingham one is the one I'm most excited about. It's my favourite event of the entire year. I absolutely love it. So also, thank you everyone, by the way. If you go to that Nottingham event and you see me and you say hi, thank you. I really appreciate it. I apologise in advance for being incredibly awkward in person, but I always appreciate it when people do come up and say hi. It's really, really lovely. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. I'm super drawn to see magic, even though I'm the most inland I can be. You know what? Same. I used to live by the sea, and then I kept my sea magic practice up, and there are ways to do it, most definitely. So one of my favourite things is when I'm by the seaside, I will gather up a little bit of sand. Now, I'm not saying like take loads of sand. I'm not saying take it from like areas that are nature reserves or preserved or culturally significant locations, nothing like that. I live in England, right? Beaches, Women Island. So like when I go to the beaches in, say, Northumberland, I will take a little bit of the sand, and I do mean like a handful of sand, and then I will use that as a base in any working where I want to connect with sea magic. So candles, my cauldron, I put the sand in the bottom of the cauldron. I sink my candles into that sand, because then those candles are linked to the location and the energy that I want to be working with. I'm connecting them to the ocean, even though I am not personally there. And it allows me to do workings that are sea witchcraft when I'm away from the sea. You can do something similar with like floating candles. You can connect so many things by putting some sand at the bottom of a bowl that you're using floating candles on. You can use the sand to make sigils on your altar that you can imbue with your energy and work with for a particular working. So many different ways of doing sea magic away from the sea, but it is definitely doable. I've done it. It might not be as easy as going to the seaside, but it is something that can definitely be done. Right, let's have a look, see where am I? Any book recommendations on blood magic? I've read of Blood and Bones. I don't actually have any. I'm in the process of looking for books on this topic. So if anybody has any recommendations, let me know, let everybody know, because I really want to know more about this. There's one book that I wanted to get and I can't remember the name of it. Oh no. I'm gonna have to see if I can find this. If I can find it, I will let you know in like another video. I really need to keep on top. I actually need to go to Glastonbury again. I need to go to Glastonbury again so that I can get some more books, even though my to be read pile is massive, because I like supporting the bookshops. And I'm as soon as Cleo is old enough, we might be making a little road trip. I love her so much right now. She is the cutest little bean, the cutest little thing ever. She does wake up multiple times in a night and cannot go outside yet. So it makes it a little difficult. But as soon as she can, I think we'll probably go on a little road trip. Right, where am I? I am somewhere on here. How do you set boundaries with spirits? I give offerings and I feel like they want more and more, and I'm worried about what will happen if I say no. Oh, that makes me think that these spirits, if they are consistently... Okay, I'm going to backpedal a little bit. These are rhetorical questions. I'm not expecting you to actually answer them in the chat or anything, but they're just like questions to you. Have you said that you will give something, but you are not giving as much as you offered? Is the first thing. That is really the only time I would think that this behavior is justified, because that is like an agreement that has been made that has not been maintained. So to me, it would make sense for them to then be like, hey, hi, did you forget about us? Like, this is something that we agreed on. If, however, that isn't the case, then these might not be spirits that you want to be continuing a relationship with right now. Because this level of... fear is maybe the wrong word, but discomfort isn't what you want out of a mutual relationship with spirits, because it is a give and take. And if they are taking and taking and taking and more and more and more, and you are to the point where you don't feel safe and comfortable, I think it might be a case of making sure you are well protected and setting those boundaries and saying, if you want to continue working with them, I would like to continue working with you, but this is what I feel like I am able to give at the moment. I understand if this is not enough for you. If that is the case, then I wish you well on your way, and perhaps we can work together again in the future when I am able to offer you more. If you don't want to work with them anymore, you can do a similar thing. I don't think that I am able to offer you what you want at the moment. And if it makes you feel uncomfortable, is make it very much I can't offer you what you want right now, rather than I don't want to work with you. Word it in a very careful way. Generally speaking, when it comes to all relationships with spirits and deities and entities of any kind, it is a mutual give and take. And if any party is pushing that to the point where it is not a mutual give and take anymore, then that's a completely unbalanced relationship, and something is going to give at some point. It needs to be this back and forth. Yeah, see, that's where I think it's become too much there. They've continued and said, for example, I'll say, I'll give you a coffee today, and I'll get the feeling what if you give a coffee every day? I'm like, well, I could, but I don't really want to say no. Yeah, that is too much. What are they doing that warrants them getting that every single day above and beyond what you are already doing? Because unless they are doing this and you are doing this to match, they're just asking you to do this. And that's completely unbalanced, just as if it were the other way around, it would be totally unbalanced too. There has to be a balance in a relationship here. And so it's about gently setting those boundaries. It doesn't have to be really aggressive or anything, but saying, I would like to continue a relationship with you in this way. However, this is what I am able to offer. And if I'm unable to offer what you require, then at the moment, I'm not going to be able to maintain this. And just opening that door for communication, because they might say, okay, well, I actually want this too, so maybe we can come to an agreement. Or they might say, okay, I understand that you can't offer what I need right now, so I'm going to go somewhere else. Same kind of thing happens with people all the time. It's harder when it's a spiritual thing. It comes with a lot of extra bumps in the road. Right. Have you ever heard of red caps before? Oh yeah, I'm not sure if we have a different name for them here in the UK, but apparently it's best to avoid them. They usually hang around abandoned buildings. So my understanding of red caps, well, there's kind of two variations on the story depending on how the Fae are perceived. So you have one group of individuals who perceive the Fae as being spirits of the dead, and you have another group of individuals that perceive the Fae as being individual spirits of their own right. And there's crossover there, and it's because belief in the Fae exists in so many different places that the belief systems vary. So even within the United Kingdom, certain areas believe that the Fae are the dead, while others believe them to be separate spirits, even just within our tiny little group of islands. So one story that I've heard is that the red caps are spirits of bloodthirsty warriors, and upon victory they would soak their caps in the blood of their victims and wear them, and upon death they became spirits known as the Red Caps, which became members of the Fae. Alternatively, they are highly aggressive members of the Fae who are commonly seen wearing blood red hats, which are believed to be soaked in the blood of individuals that they have killed. So kind of two different variations on the story, but they are ultimately highly aggressive Fae that are very, very aggressive towards humans, and they are not spirits that you want to be encountering without experience. You often find them in groups. So you can find them individually, but they're also seen fairly regularly in small clusters. And best to back away and not engage. So they're an interesting spirit because they are seen in so many different parts around the world, and they're all described in a very similar way. So it's very much they have either travelled around with people or with cultures, or there are several very, very similar types of spirits. I just had a proper buffer moment there where I just thought it was several types of spirits that are very, very similar. Yeah, they're not spirits that you want to be encountering. There's also blue caps, which are less aggressive. Some people say not much, but slightly less perhaps. But yeah, not a member of the Fae that you want to encounter. I mean, they are one of the reasons why I'm always amazed at people's desire for the Fae, or should I say belief for the Fae, to all be Tinkerbell style creatures, because no, many members of the Fae you do not want to be dealing with, and the Red Caps are one of them. Oh, most likely they're part of German folklore. They are found across the majority of Western Europe. You will find stories of the Red Caps or a similar type of spirit that is a highly aggressive, bloodthirsty type of creature. And they are found in large areas of Europe, and I think also North America as well. Let's have a look, see where else am I? I am I don't know where I am. Okay, I'm gonna go from here because I think it's gonna jump any second. And I want to have a question loaded before it does that. Are you noticing autumnal vibes sneaking in? My question is, in what order are the steps for performing spellwork and ritual? My books are fighting each other. I have today noticed the autumnal vibes, but all of last week we were in a heat wave, so maybe not so much. It's been very summery here, which I'm all for. In terms of the order of steps, it's a very individual thing. And so you're going to find that different books from different traditions and different perspectives are going to have a slightly different way of doing things. Typically, though, my style of doing things, and it will vary because you're going to want to adapt it to suit the steps that are going to be involved. I would be in a space where I feel comfortable to perform that working. So this might involve cleansing a space first. If not, you can just use a space you feel comfortable in without cleansing it. It's mostly about a space where you feel secure. You then might want to be carrying out some kind of personal cleansing, but not all traditions involve this. So that can be a give or take kind of thing depending on what resonates with you. You then might want to center, ground, and cast a circle to create a protective bubble, a protective space to carry out your workings with. At this point, you might want to center, ground, and lay a compass if you want to work in more liminal style space. So ultimately here, it's about centering our energy, grounding it, and drawing energy up again. Now, you don't necessarily have to draw that energy from the earth. You can draw it from electricity through the walls, through lightning storms, through crystals that you have lying around, but you want to be drawing in that energy, raising that energy. And then you're going to want to decide at that point whether you want to include any other spirits, beings, entities, and the like. So you might want to call in the quarters if you've cast a circle. You might want to call upon a god and a goddess if that's what resonates with you. You might want to call upon the ancestors. If you have laid a compass out, you might want to be reaching out in the elemental directions that suit your required working. Or you might want to be doing none of those things if none of that resonates with you, but you still need to have that raised energy to carry out that working. And then it's about starting to perform that working, visualization, raising that energy, pushing that energy towards your goal. And then once you've done that working, it's about doing all of those steps backwards. So if you've called upon any entities, you want to thank them and send them away. If you've laid a compass, you're going to want to unlay that compass by doing it in reverse. If you've cast a circle, same, you're going to want to undo that energy. You're then going to want to ground your energy back into the earth again, or return any excess energy to the source where you got it from. But I do find the earth is just a general resource that we can work with, that we can just push energy back into to balance our energy levels back out again. You're then going to want to shake the energy about in your body again, release it back from that centered point so that you can feel more normal again. And then you're going to want to get changed into your normal clothes, whatever you feel works for you in that situation. Every person though is going to have like different steps that they add into that. So for me, I'm not going to be calling on a god and a goddess because that's not my style of practice. I'm not going to be calling in the quarters the way I did when I was a Wiccan practitioner, but I might work with a singular element in that working. So it's going to adapt, but that's my technique. I don't think there's necessarily any perfect technique or any right technique. I think that the majority of books that you read, they're all through the lens of somebody's personal practice, and so they're all going to be like ever so slightly different in their way of doing things. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Relic of Ages. I saw this when it came in and I just couldn't react to it. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate how much you support the channel and how much you really care about it. And thank you so, so much. And I hope that any of the useful information is actually useful. I just hope that that's the case. But oh my goodness, thank you so, so much. That is absolutely bonkers. Thank you so much. So, let's have a look, see where I was. I'm here somewhere. Bum, 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 bum. Where am I? Do Rowan charms need redoing with freshly dried berries every season, or can you just charge the same charm to refresh it? You can just recharge it as long as the berries have not gone rancid. So you just want to check for any mold, make sure that there's nothing funky going on there, but they can, for the most part, be recharged. They will likely, as they get older and more removed from the plant, start losing their ability to retain that energy. But for the most part, as long as they are regularly charged, they will maintain at least some of it. I would say after probably 5 or so years, you might want to replace them because they've been around for a really long time. And so that might be time to switch them out for a new set. Right. Let's see, where am I? Oh wow, this is a very intense situation. Advice for shared living situation workings for protections against roommates who have other traditions or religions and are using their deities and workings to cause issues and gaslighting and manipulation. I will be honest here, my best advice is whenever it is safe and you are able to leave that situation. I also think that communication where possible is probably going to be the best course of action here. coming to an understanding that just because you have different traditions and religions, that doesn't mean that you are enemies or that you can't coexist together. I think that generally the protections you're going to need are just energy protections here for the most part. Any energy protection is going to be better than none. So I would have a look through I've already spoken today about protections on spaces, sigil protections, jewelry protections that you can wear. But generally my best advice in this would be, whenever you are able to, it's about like limiting the amount of interaction that you have, limiting the amount of energy that you are able to experience with these energy protections, using shields as and when is necessary, using prosperity spells as a way of amplifying your ability to leave that situation, and then leaving as soon as possible. Because there are some people where there's just nothing we can do to improve that situation, and we just need for our own benefit to get safely away from them whenever we can. Any good suggestions for learning the planetary days of the week and their corresponding colours and crystals? Repetition is really the best thing that I can advise on this one. Write it down in a book of shadows so you've got it readily available. You're not searching for it in a random book that you're probably never going to find again. And repetition and knowing that eventually it's going to come easily to just recognise. I've been doing this now for... Do I actually want to do the maths? Wait, like 2 decades? I still don't know them off the top of my head. I know the ones that I work with the most, so I know that Friday is Venus, and I believe that Wednesday is Mercury, but that might be completely wrong. Sunday is the sun, Monday is the moon, the kind of really obvious ones. The ones in the middle, is Thursday Jupiter? I don't know. I just look it up. And I think that's an amazing luxury that we have in our modern age, is that we don't necessarily have to memorize things the way that we did before. And as long as we can have access to something and we can find it readily, I don't think the memorization needs to be something that we need to be particularly concerned with, as long as we're able to access that resource. So do cross-references, see if you can find some systems that work, some formats perhaps for memorizing it, but otherwise I would just write it down and make sure that you just have access to it, even if that's a notes app on your phone, if that's a OneDrive document, if that is like a one of those Google form things, or whether it's like in a book of shadows, like a physical book. That's really the only thing that matters, is that whatever works for you, you're consistent with. Do you have any tips on dealing with anxiety when it comes to witchcraft? I use a lot. Well, my techniques are probably not going to be super beneficial to that many people. I have spirits that keep me in check. And so when I am particularly anxious, especially surrounding witchcraft, I have spirits that are like, no. And that's really, really beneficial to me. And I will note that that's very beneficial in life. And that is a very beneficial thing to have in friends. Phil does that to me. There is a very... there's this one gif that he will send me when I'm doing it, and I like to think of my spirits doing the same thing to me. It's the scene from The Incredibles when Edna Mode is standing on the kitchen table and Ellen is sitting in the seat, I think, next to her. And she is like waving around this newspaper wrapper like this, like, no, we don't do that. That is what my spirits do to me. And so that is the way that is what my spirits do when I'm overly anxious. And so I literally have spirits where one of their jobs is to keep me in check. And I think that is really beneficial. So I like how today is basically being like, how servitors can be useful. But yeah, I literally have spirits that will be like, stop it. And I really appreciate that from them. I really like them. So that's one way that you can do it. That's the way that I like to do it. I also find that keeping magical journals is really beneficial. So I'm not talking about books of shadows. I'm talking literally about a book where you just pour all of your random shit into it. And so every worry that you have, every concern that you have about your magical practice or anxiety or anything, you pour it into this book with a little date on it. And you can then either like rip it out and burn it and like use it to like fuel positive change, or you can use it so that you can look back on it from a future point and be like, see, you didn't have to be worried about this thing. And I find that to be really useful with my anxiety, because my anxiety very much spirals around what if. What ifs are terrible for my brain. And so by writing things down, I can look back and be like, oh, yeah, okay, that wasn't so bad after all. Maybe I need to, remember that next time. Do I? Not always, but I do find there's something very therapeutic about documenting all of your magical worries down somewhere specific that is just for that purpose. Right, what do we have here? Yeah, this one is kind of a complicated one. So thank you so much, Blissful Bombshells. Explain a specific tarot spread to facilitate my gods showing me my path and exposing obstacles and solutions, making major changes come into being. I personally don't really use spreads, and that's because I find them to be rather restrictive. I find them to be too on the nose. I like blending my cards together to hold meaning. And so what I would recommend is, instead of using set spreads, I would instead say, take some time to meditate if you can, or just sit quietly if you can't. Call out to your gods and ask that they aid you in a particular working to come up with solutions for the things that are happening in your life at this given moment. And I would be using tarot cards and I would be shuffling them with this intention in mind, allowing them to kind of come through me. And I will either stop when I feel I'm being told to stop, split the deck, and then deal cards, or I will allow cards to flick out randomly from that deck as they see fit as I'm shuffling them. You might want the first card to be your focus card. So this is like the central component of that reading. And that is really the energy that is going to be a big influencing factor in this particular major change that's happening here. Or if you are working on the flicking cards out randomly, I would say the first couple of cards, use those as that like central component to that reading. Once you've read those central cards, or that singular central card, you can then ask for specific questions, ask clarifying questions, shuffle again, stop when you feel you need to stop, and draw as many cards as you are being led to draw, or shuffle and allow the cards to flick out until you are told or led to stop. And then you would read those cards which surround a certain aspect of this situation. These may then lead to other questions. You have another question, you ask those cards. Again, you either let the cards flick out, or you stop the cards when you feel you are being told to stop the cards, and draw as many cards as you feel you're being told to draw, and then read the cards that way. The cards then become less of a fixed format and more of a conversation with your deities, with your gods, with spirit guides, ancestors, whatever it is that people are working with. It becomes more of a free-flowing communication where conversation can go on for 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. I've had ridiculously long tarot readings like this, When you feel as though your tarot deck is starting to run out of cards, you draw the cards you've already had up, you reshuffle them back into the deck again, and then you continue that reading, ideally writing down the cards that you're getting and the questions that you were asking as you were going, so that you can have this fully fledged conversation where you're listening to your guides, your deities, your gods, telling you like, hey, stop here, this many cards, no, not that one, this is for a different question, and you are allowing them to come through you in that way that meditation massively helps with. So I know that this wasn't a specific tarot spread, but because I don't use them particularly in my practice, I'm not the best to help with that. If anybody has any recommendations though for spreads, feel free to leave them in the chat. I think that could be really useful. But I find that this kind of fluid conversation to be the best way of communing with deities in particular, especially when it's a complex situation. It allows for so much more nuance because you can ask clarifying questions, ask for additional cards, more information. You can have something so detailed at the end of it. It becomes less of a chore to do it and more of a free-flowing thing. And also, thank you so much to Shadowlands Radio. I'm new to it, still learning. I found a site, but I've since lost the sites in terms of planets and days of the week. Really, any website out there, as long as you cross-reference it with other websites, is going to be really useful. A lot of them are prefixed, so I will have a look at the book that I have. I'm stuck to my chair again, so I'm going to have to like pry myself off the chair. I have one book that might give some information if I can find it, and that, I'll be honest, that's an if. Let's have a look, see. Okay, not so bad. It's right here. Let's see if this has what I need. This is where all of the books fall over. Okay, let's have a look-see. So I have this book in my collection. This is The Magician's Tables, the complete book of correspondences by Alan Richardson. And this covers space and time, the Kabbalah, tarot, gods and goddesses, colour scales, astrological correspondences, that might be what I'm looking for, medical astrology, plants, I Ching, or I Ching, I never know how to say that, the runes, Ogham, Celtic magic, Egyptian magic, angels and demons, minerals, vegetables, and animal correspondences. Thinking probably page 104. Let's have a look, see if this has got it. Every book that has things like this is probably going to have a very similar thing. Let's have a look, see. Do we have them? Watch this. Not have it at all. This is actually a really interesting one though for anybody who wants like Egyptian astrology and Hindu astrology and things like that you wouldn't normally see, like alchemical astrology. So here we go. Saturn Saturday, Jupiter Thursday, Mars Tuesday, Venus Friday, Mercury Wednesday, Moon Monday, Sun Sunday. And it gives like different planetary influences. So Saturn is limitation, suppression of emotions. Jupiter, expansion, creation, and humility. Mars, assertiveness and driven energy. Venus, pleasure, love, feeling of emotions and confidence. Mercury is increased consciousness and inspiration. The moon is purification of instincts and wisdom. And the sun is vitality and true individuality. But every single book like this is so similar that this book is not necessary, right? You can find all of this information elsewhere in many other books on the subject, on many different web pages. And maybe I'll do my own video if that's something that people would like me to do. Like like a really brief, like beginnery video on like the days of the week and the planets that are associated with them and how we can use them in our magical practice. I think I might already have a video on that actually. Let me have a look and see. Days. Magical Days of the Week, Witchcraft 101. Wait, is this still available? Yeah, this is still available. So this is something that might be useful. This is Magical Days of the Week is what it's called. And it's 14 minutes of just talking about it. So if that's something that you want me to redo, I can do that. That book is still available though if it's beneficial to anybody. Is it? That is now a rare book, at least. Wait, no, I got this from a charity shop. Wait, okay, hold up. I need to check this. No. Oh! Wait. That can't be right. Sorry, there's the range of noises that just came out of my body. Capitalism is weird. Why is somebody selling a copy of this book for £485? Why? That's absurd. That's absurd. I'm sorry, nobody should be paying that much money for a book. I think I got this for like £2.50 from a charity shop like years ago. What? That's ridiculous. Wait. Okay. The markup on occult books is absolutely blooming crazy right now. Like, that is... Okay, nobody go looking for this book. It is completely unnecessary. There are so many books like this out there. You can find information like this on correspondences in so many books on the topic. There are so many... I mean, every beginner book out there will have correspondences. We'll talk about the days of the week. We'll talk about the planets, probably. We'll talk about the moon phases. You do not need to be paying £400 and something for a book. I really want to emphasize that. I don't want anybody to fall into the consumerism trap. Like, that's crazy. I've been known to spend a lot of money on books. That's bonkers. That's absolutely bonkers. Okay, moving on. Let's go to this one. What's the next one? Let's have a look-see. With trying to make workings come to fruition faster, I always see cinnamon. Oh, I wouldn't use cinnamon. Anyway, the thing is, I hate cinnamon with a passion, and I can't seem to find a substitute for this specific effect. Coffee. I don't know why anybody would use cinnamon. Personally, I want to emphasize here that the channel, all of this is my personal experience, my personal practice. I do not claim to ever be the be-all, end-all of witchcraft knowledge, and I would never expect anybody to consider me as such. I wouldn't use cinnamon. Cinnamon to me is an irritant. It's a highly irritating substance. I always use coffee. If I want something to go faster, I either will use a shit ton more energy than is necessary to push it through faster, or I will use coffee because it is a stimulant. It is going to stimulate the effects of everything that you are carrying out. And it's also much less irritating. It is far better if you have sensitivities to cinnamon. And it's really easily accessible, especially if you make your own coffee every morning. Even if you use like instant coffee, it's far more accessible than cinnamon is for a lot of people who don't buy cinnamon in bulk for these kind of things. The sellers are going by TikTok trends. I say that loosely only because they search out what's trending. Oh, damn, I didn't know that. One thing I've noticed is that some people, especially Troy books, I have seen like Gemma Gary's Traditional Witchcraft for hundreds of pounds. Like a Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin, hundreds of pounds. You can just buy it from Anna Franklin. It's not out of print. You can, like Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary, you can just buy. I can literally stock it in my website if I want to. Like, you can just buy the book from them. It's not out of print. Like, some books I understand. I have books in my collection that are I would consider fairly unusual because they're out of print and they're unusual editions. But a lot of the books are still in print, and so you don't need to get like a rare edition of that book. You can just get an in-print edition. Bonkers to me. Absolutely bonkers. Right, let's have a look. See, what crystals are good for sea witches? I would, rather than go for crystals, I would instead go for either pebbles or things like sea glass, things that are steeped in the energy of the ocean. So things that have spent a long time in the ocean, so like driftwood, pebbles from the beach, sand, sea glass, things like this are what I would predominantly use over things like crystals. You can use crystals, of course, anything that is kind of oceany coloured. Quartz is always good for pretty much anything, but I find them to be less connected to the ocean than things that have spent a great deal of time there. Let's have a look. See, have you read The Blackbird Oracle by Deborah Harkness? I'm reading it currently. It's really good. I haven't. I have basically fallen off the face of the earth when it comes to reading, so I really need to get back into stuff again, but no, not yet. I have it on my list though. I'm going through the rest of my audiobooks first before I get to it. How often do you read tarot for yourself? Recently, not very much. I found myself relying... Ooh, coral. That's a good one. The only thing I will say, though, is if you're going to get coral, it is best to get coral that has naturally washed up rather than coral that is like from coral that is wild. Because it is a living creature, well, it's millions of living creatures, but better to get coral that has washed up from, say, a storm. I have some coral that came up from a storm where it just battered coral reefs and it's like all bleached, dead coral that's just washed up in a storm, rather than going for fresh, living coral like you often see in gift shops. But yeah, it's all up to like personal ethics and stuff, but that's just something to, fossilized coral, exactly, that kind of thing, rather than what you do often see in like gift shops, which is like polished, like coral that's been harvested. Right, what was I saying? Oh, reading tarot for myself. So I went through a phase during like 2023 where I was reading coral. I was reading my cards like every day, twice a day, every other day, and it got to the point where I relied so heavily on the cards that I felt like I couldn't function without them. And I didn't want to do that anymore. So now I only read cards on the Sabbats. And then I do a reading as well for Patreon for anyone who wants my readings on there. And that's where I kind of draw the line at my readings, because if I were to keep going, I become obsessive with it. And the last thing I want is, but I do have OCD. I'm going to kind of emphasize that. Not everybody is going to fall into this boat. But it is something that I know I will become obsessive with again if I'm not careful. So I really do try to keep it in check as much as possible. Right. Let's have a look-see. I love collecting stormwater. What are some good ways to use it? I will typically wash down items that I'm going to be using in spells and rituals with it, and then allow it to dry down. So for instance, if I wanted to do a candle spell with storm energy, I would be wiping down that candle with a bit of that water to infuse it into that candle and then allow it to dry off. And then I would work that candle. You can have it in your space before spells and rituals, during spells and rituals to draw on that energy. You can pour a little bit into a glass and rub it with your hands like this to really start drawing that energy out of it again, so that you can then imbue it into your spell and ritual. I wouldn't recommend drinking it unless it is like less than 3 days old and been refrigerated and is fresh water, not water that's like come off the ground. But yeah, that's typically how I would use it. I just like having it in the space though, especially if I want to draw on that energy, to draw it out of the water and then put it into my spells and rituals. When you clean your house, do you enchant your products with energy? Sometimes. So I have a spray that I got. I'm happy to plug them because they're not paying me to do this, by the way. I just love it. I have a protection window cleaner spray from Sons of Asgard. I love using that stuff. Mirrors, windows, love it. Use it all of the time. That's kind of already imbued with some of that energy, and then I add more of it in when I go to use it. I have floor washes that I will use sometimes, but obviously now I'm not going to be using them like I was before, that are designed to bring in prosperity or to offer protection and the like. Generally though, cleaning is something that I do because it is required of me. And so I will just get on with it and just try to get it done as quickly as possible. Just manic clean until you crash out. It's not healthy, but it is the only way that I can get myself to do it. And so it works. Right, let's have a look-see. For the past 5 or 6 months, I've had a pair of crows come into my life. They visit me every day. I absolutely love them. Could these be a sign from my ancestors or a deity? They could be, but I think it's also really important to bear in mind here that corvids are incredibly smart, and they also remember people and they recognize people. And that is something that they obviously like you and they want to be around you, and that's them as individuals as well. So they might have been brought into your life by a deity or an ancestor, but I think there's something to be said about the fact that they are choosing to spend time with you every day is because they see something in you that they really like and they want to spend time with you. You have the Enchanted Forest Tarot. Did you get the new Enchanted Oracle deck by the same author? I did not. Wait. I didn't even know there was one. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna have to check this out. I didn't know that this existed. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna have to check this out later because how did I not know that this existed? Right, that is on my list of things I need to look at later. Right, let's have a look-see. In theory, is it possible to do a working that breaks down the barrier that was built through rationalizing and being told this stuff isn't real, to help alongside the acknowledging and meditation? Yes, I suppose. A way of perhaps amplifying perception so that you are perhaps more aware of spirits and energies and entities and workings that are being carried out. Yeah, I don't see why that couldn't be applied. I think it could actually probably be very useful for a lot of people actually to kind of start that amplification process to get the ball rolling on developing abilities and the like. I'm a Catholic and a reader. There seems many parallels with Catholic rituals and practices that align with witchcraft. Can a Catholic practice witchcraft? Yes, and many do. Many folk practices are fundamentally based on the Catholic faith. They work with the saints, and they also work with many of the figures that are very prominent in the Catholic tradition. And there are many practitioners online that follow a Catholic faith. I don't want to speak for them because I am not up to date. So does chaotic witch aunt still resonate with the Catholic faith? I don't want to say that as a definite because I am not sure. So If so, please let me know in the chat. But they might be someone that you would want to look into perhaps for more information on that, because they might have more information. And there are many, many other people on YouTube and online that do follow this combined practice, where it is a crossover, often deeply associated with folk magic. These localized individual practices that are very unique to places and people. So that could be something to look into. Right, while I'm here, have you read any Silver Raven Wolf? Unfortunately. I have many big feelings, but I will reduce it down to, I understand why people enjoy the work, because it was a massive part in many people's practice getting started. However, I personally wouldn't recommend their work to beginners today. Is that a suitable answer? I'm hoping that's a suitable answer. Yeah, personal preference. Right, let's have a look, see. Is it possible to power up spells with magnets? Well, most magnets are... I need to double check this. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to depend on so what you could use. Words. Whatever material the magnet is made of, because something like lodestone, for instance, is a magnet. And so you would work with the iron in the lodestone in your spells and rituals. So you would draw on the energy of the iron as a way of powering that working. You could do the same with magnets of any variety, as long as you kind of know, well, it's a metal, so you could draw on the strength, the stability of the magnet, regardless of whether you know the metal or not. But if you know the metal that the magnet is made out of, then it makes it easier to then specialize in on the energy that it's going to really benefit, and then draw on that into your spells and rituals. So, yes, in a roundabout way. Do I have to have my altar facing a certain direction, like north or south? No. It depends on the tradition, though. So some traditions will say that your altar needs to be facing east, some will say it needs to be facing north. It entirely depends on the individual. Not everybody's going to follow the same tradition. If you don't follow one, you don't need your altar to be facing in any direction at all. You don't even need to have an altar. It just depends on what path you follow and what you resonate with. Right. Is there any magical way to help one remember their dreams? Sometimes I do remember my dreams, but I'd like to remember more of them. I wouldn't go with magical. I would go with mundane. I would rather go with writing down anything you remember from your dreams the night before in a dream journal. Every single day, every morning when you wake up, even if you remember barely anything. And over time, I've experienced it personally, many hundreds, thousands of people have, you start remembering more. And it's because this aspect of your life that you normally have no need of, and therefore your brain doesn't remember it, you're now requesting that information. And so your brain's really, really good at doing what you request. And so you're requesting the information, so it starts remembering more of it. And then you start being able to remember more and more of your dreams. Right. Where am I? How do you cut ties from black magic and voodoo doll magic? Can you share some rituals? I'm definitely going to need more clarity on what you mean in this one. Like, are we talking you're wanting a cord cutting style working, or I'm not sure. So if you can add some clarity to that, that would be absolutely amazing. Have you heard of first names, their meaning linking to a planet and having significance? I saw it online, but I haven't heard of it before. I personally haven't heard of this myself, but I would love to know if anybody else has heard of it. The idea of first names and their meaning linking to a planet. I mean, I suppose it makes sense. I can make it make sense for my name, but not everybody's name is going to connect so easily. So maybe this is a TikTok thing, maybe this is a Tumblr thing, because this kind of thing was really prevalent on Tumblr back in the day. It's likely going to have its origins somewhere outside of social media, but these really niche things often go really, really viral on social media, so it wouldn't surprise me that it's not super known elsewhere. Yeah, I've never heard of this personally, but that's not me saying that it doesn't come from an older source. Right, let's have a look-see. Any resources for the science of energy and energy sensing? Not massively. I have a video on energy sensing myself, but the background, the history, the science, the beliefs are all so unique to tradition that it really depends on what you're going to be looking at, because different locations are going to have completely different backstories and belief systems that surround it. Any tips for making friends in the witchcraft community, such as pen pals? Oh, see, I don't even really know anymore, because you used to be able to use forums, but forums are kind of dead now. Oh, I miss the early 2000s, late 90s forums. They were so good. And now forums are just dead. So social media is really good as a way of doing it just as an online thing, but it's really hard to find in-person groups anymore. So maybe this is something that I love the idea of being able to set up something like this. I have no idea how you would do it safely. I think that's the main problem, is that I don't know how you would ever set something like this up that's safe, because I've had crazy things in the post. Like, my PO box has seen weird things, like weird things, and it's bad enough me dealing with that. I don't really want other people potentially ending up dealing with that. If anybody has any ideas, that would be pretty cool. Right, let's have a look-see. Ooh, can you let us know if you've ever gone to see a Sheila N gig? I'm inspired by them as a symbol of female empowerment. I've never gone to see one myself, but I have done an entire video on the Sheila N gig on my Patreon a couple of years ago for Sheila N gig day. But yeah, I've never seen one personally. I need to go looking. What protection or boundaries do you recommend when engaging with the Fae? Words. I'll be honest, words are one of your biggest things. They are going to be your... Oh, Witch Vox. Oh, I loved Witch Vox. Anyway, sorry. Words are going to be a really big thing because they're important to them as well. They are your biggest trip hazard, and they are your biggest useful... it's late. I can't think of the word right now. They're going to be really useful to you. It is about setting boundaries with words and making sure that you close your loopholes. Overthink everything that you are going to say to the nth degree. Make sure that everything has been double, triple, and quadruple checked to make sure that it is airtight, so that you are making agreements on things and places to meet and how long you're going to talk for and this and that and the other. And there's no way that it can be misconstrued, twisted, or dodged in any way, shape, or form. And it takes a lot of time and practice to get the hang of like double, triple, quadruple checked everything. So that's one way. You do have iron, but it is important to remember that iron is not effective on all Fae because they are a large overarching group. It is not just like one individual being. We're talking about tens of thousands of different species, just like how in our physical world, something might be poisonous to one animal, but another animal might be able to eat it just fine. The same applies to the Fae. So you're talking about iron works with some fae, but less so on the higher fae. So we're talking like the trooping fae, the courted fae. It's far less effective on than the lesser fae. I don't really like the term lesser fae, but the individual fae that are not part of the courts. Yeah, courted fae in particular do perceive iron as being a bit of an insult, because it means that you consider them to be on the same level as the non-courted fae in some cases. But equally, it's very unusual. I've only known of one person personally who has had experiences with higher courted fae. Most of the fae that you would encounter from a regular basis are these individual fae, the lesser fae, rather than the courted fae. Right. Do you consider Stonehenge a fae threshold or portal? And if so, what kind of beings do you think passed through? Do you believe the fae were involved in the original construction of Stonehenge? Personally, no. I consider it to be liminal space, but I don't consider it to be anything to do with the fae. I think it is an incredible representation of how skilled people were throughout prehistory, in the same way that I see the pyramids as being an incredible representation of the knowledge and the talent that has been lost through millennia, that showed how incredibly aware of the world our ancestors were, in a way that we often don't consider them to be. We consider them to be kind of stupid and backwards and uneducated and just not capable. I think it's just an incredible show of the skill of people whose motives we will never truly understand, more than it being to do with aliens or the fae or, you know, anything else. That's just me personally, though. But yeah, I think it is liminal space, though, because it is the marking point of in-betweens. It is neither in nor out. It is neither before. It is the join where it is neither before the summer solstice or after. It is this perfect pivot point. It is neither before the winter solstice or after. It is this perfect pivot point when everything lines up. So for me, liminal space, massively. Like, great for doing workings, if you can get it when it's quiet. Out of season, in bad weather, it is absolutely phenomenal. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh no! It jumped! It jumped! Okay, I don't think I'm that far off the bottom, which is okay, because, like, it's getting really late. I should be in bed by now. Let's have a look. Where am I? Do you have any book recommendations on Hecate, Apollo, and the Morrigan, or just books on their pantheons and where they're talked about? Now, I personally don't work with any of these myself, but if anybody has any recommendations, I would love them to go into the chat or into the comments. I know that there is a range of books on Hecate called Entering Hecate's Garden, Entering Hecate's Cave, and Entering Hecate's Cauldron. I don't know much about them myself because I haven't read them, but I have heard some good things, some less good things, but I think that applies to most books, so they could be worth checking out. For Apollo and the Morrigan, though, I'm not sure at all, so any recommendations in the chat would be amazing. Let's have a look-see. I wanted to know how you knew you could start doing spell work and cast your first spell at the beginning of your magical journey. So, the way that I like to judge this, and it's what I typically recommend for people, is I don't think there is any time scale on it. It's not, I think you need to be learning for 2 weeks. It's not, I think you need to be learning for 2 months. It is instead when you are able to understand the fundamental foundational practices and have worked with them long enough for you to have a good grasp on their functionality and how to combine them together. This could be a couple of days, this could be a couple of years, depends on the individual. And when you are fully aware of how to get yourself out of a bad situation in a spell or ritual. So, for instance, I would recommend something like meditation, centering, grounding, energy sensing, energy manipulation as kind of your foundational practices. Visualization, did I say visualization? Maybe I missed that one. As like your foundational practices. And then it's about knowing how to cleanse a space, knowing how to protect a space. And that protection may well be the first practice that you start doing. But when you have those foundational practices, then you are better equipped to have successful spells and rituals. And I think that then it is building on that. I have met a lot of people who have tried spells and rituals before their foundational practices, and they get so discouraged that they never continue with it. And it's because those foundational skills are so core to building building a practice on top of these foundations to make it stable, that I think they're too important to miss personally. What time is it there? I'm in Philly. It's 7:16 p.m. It is 19 minutes past midnight. I am sleepy. Is there such a being as a house spirit, and how can I connect with it? Yes, so there's a spirit of a house, and then there are house spirits. So a spirit of the house is the energy of an environment that has been lived in. So it is almost a sentient representation of the building and the lives that have been in it throughout time. And you can connect with it by saying hello when you come in, saying goodbye when you leave, good morning, good night, feeling connected to the space. Keeping it clean, keeping it tidy, keeping a relatively high positive energy can help connect with it deeper. When it comes to house spirits, they may be fae, like brownies, especially prevalent in older properties, in which case you can leave out offerings to draw them in and get to know them a little bit more. I have a neurology. Wow. Why? Why am I struggling so much with that word right now? Neurologist was what I was trying to say, and I just decided to add extra L's. Appointment at the end of the month. Is there any small spell that work that can calm my mind to anticipate good news? I would actually focus more on meditation. I think that's going to be your best friend in this, because it is a small thing that can be done on a regular basis that can help in any given moment to calm and give a moment of peace in incredibly stressful situations. So I think that is probably going to be your best friend in all of this, because it is so I just did a video on it, if that is going to help kind of finding a technique that works for you. It is so adaptable that you can take it into a situation like this, and you can perform it around people and nobody would even know that you were doing it. So it can suit what you need at this given moment. Do you know of any free apps with astrological calendars? No, but there are lots of websites. And I think like Astro Cafe does them. Let me just check. Cafe Astrology, that's what I meant. Let's have a look. Do they do anything like this? Or are they just force information on forecasts? Let's have a look, see. they have like loads of like lunar cycles, eclipses, this week in astrology, these kind of things, I think. There are lots and lots of sites out there, though. The main thing that you need to be focusing on, though, is finding somewhere that is where you are. Because different places have things happening at slightly different times, and that is going to be adapting how things apply to you. Right, let's have a look, see? Do you enjoy watching YouTube channels from other witches? Any recommendations? No. That sounds really insulting, though. I say this every single live stream. I don't watch other witchcraft channels because this is my job, and it would just be too much to be watching other content creators when I have like the witchcraft business, I have the YouTube, I have like the emails and the Instagram, and it would just be too much for me to then be watching them in my personal life. That's not to say, though, that I don't enjoy witchcraft content or that I don't like the content creators that make it, because I very, very much do. It's too much for me, and I don't ever want to accidentally be influenced by the content somebody else is making and like inadvertently copy somebody. Like, I always want to make sure that like I'm authentic to my practice, and I don't want to be stepping on toes inadvertently by being overly inspired by somebody else. So yeah, when I say that I don't watch witchcraft content creators, I want to really heavily emphasize here, it's not because I don't like them, okay? It would just be way too much for me to work on it all day and then watch it at night. Instead, my YouTube mostly consists of Mythbusters reruns, people making really stupid, slightly dangerous mechanical things, Nerd Forge, Rachel Maxey, and just a whole bunch of camping content. That's my YouTube at the minute. Oh, and sorted food for cooking. That's basically what I watch, is that style of content. Just because I need a bit of a break from it. It's overwhelming. I used to watch, before I started my own channel, a lot of witchcraft YouTube, and I loved it. Like, we're talking like the height of Harmony Nice's popularity. Like before, like 2016, 2017 into 2018, that's when I started my channel. By the time I got to 2020, though, it was just too much for me, and so I couldn't anymore. But I always like people in the magical community. I want to make that really, really clear, is I struggle with socialization. I struggle with having friendships with people. I always have. Like, that applies to everybody, not just like online people. I really struggle with it. And so I feel very separate from the magical community online. That's not because I don't like the magical community online. That's just because I struggle with the socialization, and I struggle with having it be every aspect of my life. That's where I'm getting at when I say that. The version of me that you see online is considerably more social and comfortable communicating than the version of me that my friends see. This is like, I'm not talking to people right now, I'm talking to myself, so it's fine. I'm basically in a sitcom where I am talking to myself, and it just happens to be recorded. Whereas some of you have had the potential misfortune of coming to one of my public speaking talks. I'm terrible at it. I hate it. I can't engage with people. It's too much. Right. Where am I? I'm somewhere over here. What are your views on Therians or Therianism or other kin from a witchcraft perspective? I actually don't really know very much about it. I know that it is okay, I might be getting this completely wrong. Is it, because I get them confused, is it when people believe that there is another spirit residing within them as well? Or is it the belief that they were another being beforehand, like in a past life? Because I always get those two muddled up. I think it's certainly an interesting concept. And I don't know really enough about it to be able to give any kind of personal opinion on it. It's definitely something that I would need to learn more about, and maybe even talk to people in the community who are part of this kind of category. I think that would be really interesting to do, to learn more, because what I do know from my time, I spent a lot of my time on witchcraft forums, is that other kin were always perceived in a very negative light. It was always, so when I'm talking forums here, my height of spending time on forums was, say, like the early 2000s to the mid 2010s. That kind of time period. So we're talking like 2007-ish. So like mid to late 2000s was probably when I was most active, up to like 2016. And during that time, there were phrases that were kind of really popular to throw around, and that you don't really see them being used by the magical community so much anymore, which I think is a good thing, because people would often be referred to as fluffy. So if you were fluffy on one of these forums, you were somebody who was role-playing, or you were somebody who held beliefs that were very out of the ordinary, very, very off the wall. And I remember vividly that other kin were very commonly thrown into this like fluffy category, where they were often considered to be role players. And it was something that if somebody was perceived as being a fluffy, they would often just get kind of kicked or banned from the forums, which in a way I sort of understand, because during this time there was a lot of trolling happening, and a lot of people would come onto the forums and they would be really horrible to the magical community. And so I understand that they wanted to limit role players because they wanted a space that was specifically for active magical practitioners. But it also meant that the perspectives of individuals who had maybe other experiences were really diminished in online forums, especially the ones that I knew of personally. And so I never really learned that much about them. I've heard of them, and I know kind of the experiences that people had on the forums, but besides that, this is something I really need to go into. I think I need to dive into this a little bit more and see. Right, I skipped giving my servitor their offering several days in a row as I was sick and had to stay in the hospital. Nothing bad happened so far, but what do you suggest I do from here? Just keep feeding them, keep giving them the offerings as usual. If that servitor hasn't already lost energy to the point where they've kind of fizzled away, then I think that that's something that you don't need to worry too much about. Just continue going as normal, as planned and expected, and kind of go from there. Theron is a belief that they're part animal. Other kin believe that we are spiritual things like merfolk. Oh, interesting. Also, thank you so much. Shadowlands Radio, thank you so much. Interesting. Okay. For the Therian part, it can be both a dual spirit or a past life thing from what I've seen of the community. Other kin, even now, can still tend to be viewed more negatively. That's a real shame, actually. I think that the magical community is so varied and it's so diverse that I always think it's always been my problem, and this is the part of the night where we got into like the deep talks, but it's always been one of my biggest problems with the magical community is when there's this approach of this way is the only way, We see this with the love and light aspect of the magical community. Oh, well, you're a bad person if. Oh, well, this is... I don't know how to describe it. Like, you're not allowed to curse. The threefold law is the only way that you can do things. Wicca is thousands of years old. Oh, you have to be a Wiccan to practice witchcraft. Or you have to be initiated to practice Wicca. Like, the idea that, like, there is only one way of doing things, I've never liked in the magical community. Because it excludes so many unique variations in the practice that come from cultural differences and location differences and tradition differences. And like, I've never liked the shutting down of people because their practice is different. If their practice is dangerous, that's another thing. But if the only problem with the practice is that it is different than what you practice, then I don't like the shutting down that we see a lot in certain aspects of the community. And this, it pushes people away massively. And it pushed me away for a long time because my style of practice has always been, at its core, a little bit more in the folk magic side of it, the traditional side of it. For me, I always struggled in the communities where, and I've met many of these people myself, I've had altercations online, especially with many of these people who have the approach of, don't even ask about negative magic, you're an evil person if you even ask about it. And I've always thought that mindset to be so close-minded, because how can you be an evil person for asking about something that you didn't even know about? Like, having knowledge on a topic doesn't make you an evil person. Doing evil things with that knowledge makes you a bad person, but then it's evil by whose definition, right? And I've always struggled with this concept of it's my way or the highway. You do it this way or you're not allowed to talk here. We see this all the time recently with love spells. So if anybody on Facebook says anything about a love spell, they are getting death threats, they're getting a verbal abuse, and it's like, hang on a minute. You're telling me that them asking an innocent question to learn more about a topic they don't understand is evil, but you bullying them off the internet is fine? And the same thing happened in this like early to mid 2000s to the 2010s with other kin on forums. It was, you are different than what we want the forum to be, therefore you're not allowed to be here. And their voices were so minimized and so suppressed that it's now kind of hard to even know, like to even experience them on forums now the way that you did before. People just get bullied out of communities and it sucks. So if anything can be taken from this, it's let's not repeat the mid 2000s witchcraft forumness. Like, that would just suck if like, it probably is already happening, to be honest. If like TikTok becomes like the new like forum where like you have to believe a certain thing, and if you don't believe this certain thing, then you're not allowed in this community. I always find that real. It's like you can't sit with us energy, and it's weird. It's really weird. Have you read The Witch in Darkness by Kelly Ann Maddox? I actually haven't. It's one of those books where I've had it like on a list where I should read it, and I've just never gotten around to it. Facebook groups were a little traumatic when I was a young witch. Facebook groups are something else. I don't know if they're as bad now as they were before. But when I was part of Facebook groups, probably in like 2018, 2019, this kind of time, you would have two polar opposite kinds of people. You would either have I'm a white magic witch and I refuse to talk about anything baneful. Don't you dare talk about love spells on my Facebook page. Or it would be, hey guys, I fell asleep wearing a bead bracelet and it left this weird shape on my arm. What does it mean? Accompanied by 15 photos of this like imprint on somebody's arm. Hey guys, I was wearing a pair of socks that were too tight for me and they left this strange pattern. What does it say? And it was a really weird time on Facebook because like every single post, and I think they got to the point where they had to ban these posts because at some point during lockdown these posts just disappeared. But it was just like thousands of people just asking what this really generic thing was and what it meant, like as a sign. Like, hey guys, I walked into a cupboard the other day and I've got this weird bruise. What deity is it associated with? Or every single September, every single like August and September, they would be flooded with people asking about the deities that are associated with spiders. Completely disregarding that like spiders will typically come in at that time of year because the weather's starting to change and that's why you're noticing them. Yeah, and God forbid you said that it might not be a sign. If you told anybody on these Facebook groups that it probably wasn't a sign, you would just get insta-banned from these Facebook groups. It was a wild time. Like, there's always like some unhinged witchcraft community. It used to be forums. I think then it became Tumblr. That was kind of unhinged a little bit. And then it became Facebook, and now it's become TikTok. There's always like there's some category of the witchcraft social media that's just slightly unhinged. And I kind of love it in a way. It's like, it's this unchangeable factor of witchcraft where there's some aspect of it that's just a little bit bonkers. But golly, hold on to your pants if you're going to be dealing with it because whew, it's intense when you're in these groups. Even the witchcraft subreddits deal with that, though they have better control over that unhingedness. Yeah, I think everywhere you're going to get it at least somewhat. So we are coming to the end of the stream. If anybody has any kind of last minute questions to put in the chat, well, in the Q&A, should I say, it's that time of night. I'm going to try and answer as many as I can. I really apologize if I've missed anybody's questions. I've tried to go through as many as I could find. See if I can obviously spot any that I've missed. I never intend to miss any, by the way. Sometimes I'll get comments after the fact of people being like, really, really offended that I purposefully missed their question. And I just want to say that I never purposefully don't answer questions. Like, I will always try my best to answer as many as I can. And if I miss any, I'm always really, really sorry. And hopefully I can get to it in like another stream. But hopefully I've answered as many of them as I can. What herbs are good for self-love? So for this, it's about herbs that are good for love, and then you apply them into the context of self-love. So for me, this would be basil, this would be rose, but with roses, especially pink roses and rose buds, like pink rose buds are phenomenal for this. I use those the most for love, personally. But any flower that you really resonate with romance and love and affection can be used for self-love. But the basil and the rose I tend to use in association with one another all of the time, and they're pretty accessible to get hold of, especially if you use basil in your cooking. You can get it that way, but you can also use it in prosperity workings, which makes it a really good kind of multi-purpose. You can also use basil in protection workings. It's a really good like multi-purpose herb that you can use for so many different things that you probably already have in your kitchen cupboards. And I think there's do poems work well in sigil making? Just a couple more left. Yeah, you can definitely use sigils. Poems in sigils, if there's a particular poem that you feel maybe drawn to, something that you want to imbue in your magical practice, You can maybe take the first letter of each word of that poem and then turn that into a sigil. That could be really effective. I'm going to sneeze again. I'm so sorry. I'm going to peek my microphone. Never mind, it's gone. Sorted. Okay. Let's have a look. See, is it okay to practice and create a circle even though I don't have my meditation down, my meditation down properly? Yes, totally. Meditation is not a necessity for magical practice. It's really useful, and it's a useful skill to have and a skill to continue to work on. But there are people who have been practicing meditation for decades who don't feel as though they have any kind of perfect meditation. It is just about doing what you can when you can. Then what do we have here? Any less obvious advice for using a pendulum if you have initial connection but don't feel attuned to it in regards to actual use or getting answers and movement happening? I mean, honestly, most of the obvious advice is obvious advice because it's pretty good. I mean, I'm not really sure what the obvious advice would be in this situation. So if you don't feel any real connection or attune to it, I typically would recommend using pendulum boards. That's typically my go-to. Pendulum boards and also spirit work. Because if you don't feel particularly attuned to that pendulum, that doesn't mean that a spirit can't work through you like they would with automatic writing or with a planchette on a spirit board. You can use a pendulum in a similar way to gain answers from guides, from ancestors, from spirits that you're communing with. So that's kind of one option there. And then alternatively, you have pendulum boards, which can help amplify the connection with our subconscious mind, because we're not just looking at a pendulum that's swinging over nothing. Now we're looking at a pendulum that is swinging over letters. And so it allows us to tap better into our subconscious and our psychic mind, allows us to really bring information quickly and easily to the forefront in a way that just a swinging pendulum perhaps wouldn't. Now, this might just be repetitive advice. It's really, really obvious. I actually don't know. But that's what I would recommend personally if people are particularly struggling. And then you have the idea of getting either a heavier or a lighter pendulum. Interestingly and ironically enough, both can work. Sometimes a pendulum is too heavy for the movements of an individual, and so it doesn't pick it up. If the movements are slight, it won't necessarily pick it up quickly, but a heavy pendulum will magnify movements over a longer period of time. So they might take longer to react, but when they do react, you're going to get a stronger swing. So, yeah. I'm not sure if that's really obvious advice. It might be, but don't know. Right. I think then that is all of the questions. So thank you so much for everybody who has come to the stream tonight. I'm going to update the thumbnail because I totally got the wrong month. Of course I did. And this will be available afterwards. If you would like to watch it afterwards, if you've missed some of the stream, totally fine. I know that they're really long. If you want to listen to it while cleaning or whatnot, then that is something that you can do on the watch back if you would like. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I just read your comment. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you everyone for your support, for liking the live streams. It really means a lot to me. If you want to further support the live streams in a way that is totally free, you can just write a comment or post some emojis in the comment section under the live stream, and that will massively help the stream and the channel and everything like that, and it's totally free to do. Thank you to all of the people who donated. You massively help to support the channel and keep it going. And if you want to support more long term, I do have a Patreon where there's extra videos on there. But the next live stream, I can actually tell you what date it is. If you want to come to the next one, it is going to be Wednesday, the 17th of September. If you would like to come to that, you are welcome to. And I have another video going out on Sunday, maybe. We've got a ghosty video coming out. So hopefully that will be good. And with that being said, I hope you are staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous, magical day. And I will see you in the next video. Okay, right. Bye! And Outro. Boop.